All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting, May 29th. Let's go with call to order, regular board meeting and PINCO meeting.
No recording.
Oh, there's no recording. Hello. Good evening. The May 29 regular board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Roll call. Mrs. Mann. Mr. Hughes.
Here.
Mr. Hernandez. Cynthia. I'm here. Miguel is not here this evening, and our student board member, John Lloyd said Gabriel is not here this evening. We will now move into closed session, public business from the floor, closed session, agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on closed session items?
We have no comments at this time.
The Board of Trustees will go into closed session and reconvene the regular meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Mrs. Hernandez, Mr. Hughes. Yeah, it's not picking it up as usually. There, like this. Testing. All right, everyone, good evening. We are going to reconvene our regular meeting.
Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. This board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the views of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the AVUHSD board shall do so in person, complete a speaker form, and give it to the designee before the public comment portion of the meeting. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco before the board president announces the item. Once the item has been called, we will no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total allotment of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board's civility policy, Policy 1313. This civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor.
All right. This evening, unfortunately, Lancaster High School JROTC could not be with us, so we are just going to move directly to C, Pledge of Allegiance. If we could please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. All right, we're going to move to 4, PINCO. Public comments from the floor for PINCO items. Are there any comments from the public for PINCO items?
We don't have any comments for PINCO.
Great. We're going to move to B, PINCO year-end authorization of appropriation transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the authorization for appropriation transfers as presented. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Move to C, approvals of awards for PINCO RFP 02-25-26 and PINCO RFP 03-25-26. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize PINCO to enter into agreements with the recommended vendors and to open purchase orders for payment accordingly for SY 2025-2026. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. D, PINCO extension of agreements for SY 2025-2026. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize PINCO to award extensions of the listed vendors and enter into agreements for SY 2025-2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. E, lease agreement, Ryder truck. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize PINCO to enter into the leasing proposal as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. F, purchase order schedule, PINCO. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined on the attached schedule. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Nope, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. We're going to reconvene to our regular meeting, moving into 6, recognition, reports, and public comments. We will start with A, ICC student representatives, Highland High School and Little Rock High School, and Mr. Nehan will introduce.
So first up, tonight with us, we have Highland High School's ICC.
Good evening. I'm Ava Johnson, and I'm Highland High School's ASB president.
I am Akashdeep Career. I'm a member of ASB and Highlands AFJROTC.
Hi, my name is Katie Beza, and I'm a member of Highlands Link Crew and Yearbook. Starting off our presentation, we would like to talk about Highlands blood drives for the year. As you can see on the slide, we had a total of 232 units that we were able to have donated. And as you can also see on the presentation, a single unit of blood can save up to 3 children's lives. So we saved a total of 696 babies or children's.
For Valentine's Day, we actually had a Spirit Week that week. As you can see, we also had activities in the commons, such as a Valentine's frame. Students were able to take their pictures, and lots of these pictures were featured in our school's yearbook this year.
Okay, so our last rally of the year, this was a F1 themed rally where each of our class had their own cars. We had our winter sports come out and be able to do little games for us to watch. And we also had our dance team recreate the Kendrick Lamar halftime performance where they were in the stands coming down, and the students really, really liked that. And it was just a really good way to end off the year. We don't have a video.
This year's Highland Prom was at the Vineyards in Simi Valley. We had a buffet-style food system there, and we also offered a charter bus as a motivation and reward for getting a 3 or a 4 on this year's CASP exam. This year, we also had our Best Buddies prom at Highland High School as well. Just a little clarification, Best Buddies is Highland's program for the special education students to integrate them into our school's programs. And we held this mini prom for them with activities such as face painting and friendship bracelets. They also had a candy bar, and we catered food here as well.
We had a Bark Day for our 8th graders. It was basically inviting them onto our campus to tell them what our acronym BARK means, to be a brilliant, accountable, respectful, and kind student. We were able to give them a whole tour of the campus to come back into our gym where we had a DJ, and they were able to see a bunch of our clubs that we had and have them sign up early for more information.
Highland this year had the amazing opportunity to go to Castle, which is the California Associated Student Leadership Program. And we were able to enrich our minds with the different ideas that they had there and to become better leaders.
We had our senior sunset out at our football field. Our seniors really enjoyed this. We had inflatables. They were given 2 tickets, one for food. We had a taco food truck, and then one for desserts. We had churros, and we were able to have a photo booth where students could take printed out photos just to wrap up their senior year and leave their mark.
We had our DGM Roadshow. DGM is our local middle school where Link Crew and ASB members were able to go and establish what the 8th through year requirements were for high school and to establish what programs Highland has to offer for them and being able to see the different clubs and resources that we'd be able to provide for them coming into our school year. We also, Highland had the most valedictorians that we have ever had this year. So it's an amazing accomplishment for all of us. On your screen, you can see a picture of all the students who have 4.0s at Highland went to the amazing 4.0 ceremony.
And that is the end of our presentation. I'm Kashdeep Career. I'm signing out right now, and I'll be attending CSUN in the future.
Signing out, my name is Katie Beza, and I'll be going to University of California, Riverside.
I'm Ava Johnson, and I'm the 2024-2025 Highland High School ASU president, and I'm signing out going to UCLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Mann, would you like to?
Yes, very impressive. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for the Highland High School. Really loved your Best Buddies program, the prom. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. We
It's-
take very much pride in it.
So I sit on the board for Desert Haven. So I'm very proud of you. Thank you so much for doing that for them.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your blood drive.
Yes.
And good luck to you guys in the future.
Thank you so much.
Cynthia? Mrs.
Yes.
Hernandez?
Ava, congratulations on UCLA.
Thank you. I
I'm not
appreciate it.
surprised. I'm
Thank you.
not surprised they snatched you up. You're gonna do excellent there. And on Riverside, Katie. And so I'm sorry, I forgot where you were going.
Kashdeep.
You're going to CSUN?
Yes.
Well, yeah, congratulations, you
Thank you.
guys. You're gonna embark in just a brand new journey and you're taking a lot of good qualities with you. And thank you for everything you've done for the school while you were there. I mean, based on the video you showed us in the presentation, you did incredible work. And similar to Miss Mann, I really enjoyed seeing and hearing about your Best Buddies prom and how you made that very special for them. And then you guys had the most valedictorians this
Yes.
year. Balancing education and all your extracurriculars, you guys are truly extraordinary. And thank you for coming and showing us this presentation.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Mr. Hughes?
Carl and I got to, what would we call that? Host the 4.0 dinner. It was amazing. Congratulations on all that as well. Once again, here's our future leaders. I'm always impressed. This is what we produce. So to all the staff out there, principals, management, everybody, you guys did a great job. And thank your parents because
Yeah.
they had a lot to do with it as well. So good job.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Highland. I echo everyone. I won't repeat it, but that is my sentiment as well. And one thing I got excited, but also got an idea where it said Bark Day. And my first thought was, they brought dogs to school. So, Mr. Nehan, I hope we still are thinking about that conversation from before. But excellent work and all my best to you on your career and your college journey. I'm a bear, so I can't really say go Bruins, but I'm so happy for all three of you. And thank you so much for spending time with us this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity for the presentation, and we wouldn't have been here without our lovely board and our amazing staff.
Next up, we have Little Rock High School.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Isabella Serafin, and I'm the upcoming ASB president. And this is our ICC presentation. So our winter rally took place on the 21st of February. Our theme was Glow Galaxy. This included many different glow decors such as lights, glow-in-the-dark artwork, and glow sticks. We highlighted our winter sports teams, which included soccer, basketball, and wrestling for both boys and girls. On May 23rd, later in the year, we held our spring rally, which was Team Beach themed. We included a variety of summer decor such as personalized surfboards, beach items, and summer colors. In this rally, we recognized all our spring sports, which consisted of baseball, golf, esports, boys volleyball, and boys tennis. In both of these rallies, our amazing clubs, specifically JROTC, Ballet Folclórico, and Cheer performed. We also highlighted all our astonishing seniors and all their hard work throughout the season and the end of their last season together with us.
Good evening, board. My name is Axel Ramirez, ASB's vice president. Senior Sunset took place on the softball field May 9th. Senior class provided a balloon arch and several props to take pictures with. We also had bracelet making, face painting, and tattoo stands. Senior class also offered food trucks. Took place in the Odyssey in Granada Hills. Our theme was Hollywood in the 90s. 230 students attended. Class 2026 offered different photo booths, like a 360 spinning photo booth. They did not charge for prom nominations for prom king and queen. Grand night took place at Disneyland and Disneyland California Adventure, chosen by our student body. They were able to go to both parks until 2 a.m. the next day. 100 tickets were sold at the beginning, but due to high demand, we sold an extra 30 tickets, making it 130 tickets in total. Baile Folclórico is one of our newest upcoming clubs. They have performed at several events during school, like rallies, a Cinco de Mayo event, and lunchtime activities. They also performed at the experience at the AV Fairground and also at Eastside High School. We also celebrated Black History Month with the events hosted by our BSU club. We had a Spirit Week, and they also hosted a showcase where they performed dances, songs, and they also performed told information about famous historical figures.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Solorzano, and I'm the ASB president. To start off, we have our Hop into Spring event, which took place on April 5th. This is our second annual community event. It is 100% free. There was food provided by the district food services. Over 25 community agencies attended. Our local closet was available for free clothes. And we also had some activities available for families, which were face painting, bracelet making, and an egg hunt, and even the Easter Bunny made an appearance. Up next, as you guys can see, we had Magnus Farrell, Will Farrell's son. He came out to Little Rock High School. He's a TikTok personality who just debuted his artist career and came to perform his newest album. And lastly, we had our semester 2 blood drive on April 3rd. It was pretty successful. We exceeded our goal by 6% and collected 32 pints of blood. We enjoyed partnering up with American Red Cross because they gave our students the opportunity to win a $1,200 scholarship, and this makes our 4th successful blood drive in the past 2 years.
So the EL Gala, also known as the English Learner Gala, was held to recognize and celebrate our amazing English learner students who were reclassified. Both families and friends were invited to celebrate, and Key Club also attended as volunteers and served the guests of the gala. And we just wanted to recognize our JROTC, which has been more involved in our school events lately. They've been performing in our rallies where they use pop guns as part of their performance. They also take part in the national anthem that is sung by our security guard. Thank you. That includes our ICC presentation. No one's on the bed.
Top percent.
Any questions?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mann.
Very impressive. You guys are awesome. Is this going to be your last year? You're all graduating?
Yeah, for us too.
For you too? So are you incoming president?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm sure that you're going to take the lead. Where these two left off, you're just going to excel. I can see it. I love the way you speak. I love the way that you present yourself. So you have a future in speaking. Very awesome. Now, Will Ferrell, I don't know who that is. I know.
Have you ever seen the movie Elf?
Elf.
She'll watch it tonight.
She's gonna watch it.
Talladega Nights Brothers.
Sorry.
Homework. She's very busy, lady. Very busy.
So his son came to your school. Okay, so that was very cool. And how did that go that day?
He actually just volunteered to show up at our school. He came during lunch, so he brought his like band with him, and he just performed for us, and it was pretty fun. Like his music is actually good, and we just had a good time.
You guys did an awesome job. Good job on your blood drive, and thank you so much for everything that you're doing for the students that you're leaving and for the students that are coming in.
Thank you.
Cynthia.
Yes, thank you for all the events you put together. I've had an opportunity to come and visit your school, and the programs are great, the students are great. I had a chance to look at your ROTC classrooms, and there's a lot of spirit there, a lot of hardworking kids over there. And I was really happy to see you have a folklorico group, and you guys are performing. I love folklorico, the dresses and the dancing. That's a lot of work. A lot of
Yeah.
dedication. And then the EL Gala. Can you tell me a little bit more about the EL Gala?
So for the EL Gala, that was for our students who achieved, what was it? They passed their exams and they are stepping up, and they're not going to be, I think, registered as
English learners?
they're going to be registered at the English learners now, or not English learners, sorry. So it was a dinner. We invited families, and it was hosted by our link crew, where they served foods to the families and the students that participated.
So it's like a celebration
Yeah.
to just celebrate them for
Mhm.
finishing the
for
course.
their accomplishments.
Oh, well, that was great to see as well. So I know you both are leaving, I'm sure, to much bigger and greater things. And then, yeah, you've passed the baton to someone who's going to just continue in that great work. And we're excited to see everything you're going to continue to do, and start helping a new group, you know? So thank you guys for coming and showing us this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes.
I won't belay this, but congratulations. You guys are amazing. I always just marvel at our future leaders, and we hear these presentations and we're just in awe. So good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, three of you, for coming out tonight. Curious, the two that are graduating, what are your plans after graduation?
Well, for me, I'm going to AVC, and then I'm going to transfer on my second year.
Awesome.
I know a good professor you might want to take.
The good art classes over there.
Yeah.
And then I also plan on going to ABC, but then transferring because I want to get my bachelor's in nursing. So yeah, that's my
Awesome. Well, come say hi at ABC when you're there.
Professor.
And
Tough though.
I am, but it's okay. It's all because I love education. I had to chuckle a little bit about your prom because you said Hollywood in the 90s, and my prom was in Hollywood in the 90s at the Roosevelt Hotel. You took me back for a minute. So I hope you all had fun. And then I love that Magnus Farrell came. I mean, that's pretty cool. Some celebrity notoriety, and I would say keep that connection. You never ever know what type of networking opportunities could come from that. Will Farrell may come to our meeting, and then Rosemary can. But yeah, but thank you all so much for your time here, and all the best to the two of you, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
All right. This is really exciting. We have so much recognition to make tonight, so many recognitions. We're going to move to B, recognition of, hold on, I have a note. We're going to actually do B, C, and D together, but I will read them. Recognition of Antelope Valley High School Girls Flag Football Team 2024-25 CIF-SS Division 5 Championship. Recognition of Ariana Soil 2024-25 CIF-SS Division 5 Player of the Year.
Yeah.
And recognition of Dion Price 2024-25 CIF-SS Division 5 Coach of the Year.
In the inaugural season of girls flag football, AV, not surprised, the coach or the players winning the championship or the player of the year for that matter. We're incredibly proud of you. If you would meet us in the middle, we have some certificates and would like to shake your hands.
All right, and then we are going to do items E, F, and G together. Recognition of Knight High School Boys Basketball Team 2025 CIF SS Division 3 AA Championship. F, recognition of Amare Larene. How do I say the last name? Lorraine? No. Lorraine? Okay. 2025 CIF SS Division 3 AA Player of the Year. And then recognition of Tom
Agree.
Hegry, 2025 CIF SS Division 3 AA Coach of the Year.
So again, incredibly proud of our athletes and our coach. I know Coach Hegry's been at it for quite some time, but if you would join us in the middle, we'd like to take a picture and shake your hands. I guess not. Fun stuff's done. Madam President, before we begin, can I just make another addition to that? I just
You may.
learned that Amari won the John R. Wooden Award for athletic excellence. So congratulations on that, Amari.
Congrats, Amari.
Congratulations, Amari.
And also, coach and all 5 of those players will be back next year to defend their championship.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to H, math presentation, Dr. Grado.
Yes, thank you. Always a tough act to follow, but math is equally exciting. To give a presentation this evening, we have our coordinator curriculum for math, Scott Hampton, as well as the math department chair for Knight High School, Nikki Gordon.
Thank you. Good evening. Before we get started, I want to point out the picture here. This is some of our teachers working at Highland High's new math lab with one of our math consultants. So that's pretty cool. And I love their boards. They're black glass boards. I want to call them black whiteboards, but that doesn't seem to make sense. So they're black glass boards that they can write on. And this lab is getting up and running. It's pretty cool.
What school was this again?
That was Highland High.
Highland High.
Yep, they just redid their math lab and they're using it for morning math tutoring. And I don't know what else they're using it for right now, but I know that's what they're rolling it out for. So let's talk about us real quickly. I was in the classroom for 7 years. I taught a variety of maths, including AP statistics. I was a reader for that. And then it's my 10th year as a curriculum coordinator for math. I was on the state board for California Math Council South. I guess I still am. And then I'm also a national and regional presenter at math conferences and leadership conferences. You can see a couple of the conferences down there. Pretty happy that my leadership conference was full, it was marked full, and they had somebody pushing people away so they couldn't come in because I'm sure they're beating down the door. And then my educational background, I have a bachelor's in math and my master's is also in mathematics.
All right. Hi, I'm Nikki Gordon. I'm a math teacher at Knight High School. I am also our department chair and one of our instructional partners. I have been at Knight High School since we opened, and prior to that, I was at Palmdale High. So this is my 25th year teaching. I've worn lots of hats in that time. Most of the time, my biggest hat is my teacher hat. I usually have some Algebra 1, and I also teach AP Calculus BC. My other hats are the instructional coach and also, partner now. I was going to tell you, since we were called a coach, that's how long I've been doing that. And then department chair, I'm our WAS coordinator. I try to be on as many committees and teams as I can so that I know not only what we're doing, but the why we're doing it, and I can help figure out how we can make things better for our students. I'm a AP Calculus reader, and I've also presented at some things, so that's who I am.
Real briefly, we're going to talk about some on-level courses. These are our on-level courses. That's what most kids typically take. We also have some specialized classes, such as special education, honors classes. We do have a financial algebra class already. So I know the state has some stuff about a financial literacy. We do have a financial algebra class. It's got a very fancy title. It's Advanced Algebra with Financial Applications. And then we have a number of other 4th year classes for our students. And then we have 4 AP classes. We only have 4 because that's all they offer. So we offer a pre-calculus, calculus AB, calculus BC, and then AP statistics. And then these are the things we're going to talk about real quickly here. This year we have some new math offerings, well, and last year. Geometry honors, the board recently approved, so we're going to roll that out at a couple sites to begin with. We get the hang of it, and then all the sites will end up offering over the next couple of years. That's typically how it works as people learn how to teach the class. We also have taught AP pre-calculus since 2023 because that's the first year that it was rolled out nationwide. So we are on the first year bandwagon for that. And we're trying to roll that out as well throughout all the sites.
Okay, so teachers have access to some online and AI resources. We have Big Ideas as our district adopted textbook, and then also we have Delta Math. Both of those are platforms that offer assignments online and assessments online, and they have an advantage over paper and pencil because students get real-time feedback when they're doing it. And they also have built-in supports where they could watch a video or maybe see some worked out examples. We've been starting to work more with Mathematic. Their lesson plans are free. Their online portion we purchase, and that allows us to assign assignments and kind of customize them to match what we're doing in our classroom. Mathematics emphasis is on explore first and formalize later. So the kids kind of feel like they're discovering mathematics as they go through the program. Delta Math, or I said Delta Math, Desmos. So Desmos offers an online calculator and online activities that make math more visual and engaging for the kids. Desmos has become embedded into our state exams as well as all the College Board exams to some extent, like there's limited ability in some of them. But for AP Calculus this year, they were able to use the graphing calculator and everything. That was the first year. And it's also in our CASP. Scott has developed a custom chat GTP that he'll speak more about later.
So the California Math Framework has shifted, and the framework tells our teachers how to teach the standards or gives them guidance. It doesn't tell them how, it gives them guidance. Just so you know, I was on the initial rollout for the math framework, so I'm pretty excited about that. As part of CMC, California Math Council, I was on one of like 12 people, district or nation or statewide rather. I was on a Zoom call with Joe Bowler, and if you know me, you know I love Joe Bowler, so I was so excited to see her. So I took a picture and sent it to all my math friends because I'm a math nerd. The framework is just approved. It's getting rolled out, and I'm talking to the math teachers about it. And then next year we're going to talk to the math leaders first. Next year we'll talk to the math teachers about it. And the publishers are going to start publishing new materials with the framework in mind. Oh, this would be too. Up at top, you're going to see we're talking about with our math leaders, the effective mathematics teaching practices, and that's one of them there. Also have a growth mindset for everybody. And this growth mindset was, what silent expectations do I carry that might box somebody in? So I just like to think about that. And this summer we're doing pacing reviews or pacing guides for all of our subjects, basically, so we can talk about what we're doing and did we meet the students' needs, and if not, where can we do better? Oh, this is you then.
Yeah. So I get to talk to you about the Math Literacy Project. This is a program that is a math intervention that is designed to cohort the kids together for 3 to 4 years. I was lucky enough back in the school year of 2019 to 2020, when we first piloted the program, I was one of the teachers involved. So I grew with those kids from that year, which if you remember what happened in 2020, this included our distance learning until they graduated in 2013 or 2023, sorry. So it's designed for kids that are at least 2 years behind in their math when they come to us in high school. We focus on real world applications of everything and numeracy, and everything is project based and ties into the real world. We co-created the curriculum with professors from Stanford, Teresa Morris. She takes all of our feedback and goes with it. Now this is the fun part. You guys get to see pictures of things kids have done. So the top picture is from the project, what was that one called? Stained glass window. It's in our geometry curriculum for the program. And that was displayed at the MOA Cedar, which we've had a partnership doing several of the geometry program projects with since 2021, when some of this artwork was still being displayed virtually because we were still in distance learning. The next picture is some kids from Eastside High School. They're doing a project where they collect real world data and then they make a prediction using math, and then they go outside and practice it. It's bungee jumping. They're not throwing, they're not doing weird things. They do a bungee jump where they have the stuffed animal on the end. And then we're trying to bring the M in STEM to the STEM fair. So Math Literacy Project has brought in the kids present and showcase their work and can earn prizes and things just like they do for the science portion of the fair. And this other picture, we have kids from one of the alt ed sites working with a clinometer. So in this program, I'm a math person, I love math. And as a math major, I like math for math's sake, but we had to learn math for applied reasons. So I've learned all kinds of things. So a clinometer is a tool that they can use using trig, anometry, to find the distance of really tall things. Apparently the forestry uses it a lot for trees and such, but the students are practicing there. And then we have this picture of the book, An Amazing Day at Wishland, in partnership with our curriculum writer. We now have student authored books. So one of those kids that was in my first cohort when we went through for 4 years together, he authored that book, and another one of my students actually did all the illustrations in the book. Several of the other sites have had students partner with her and have published books with our consultant. And they are all available on Amazon for under $15. So we need to get you a list. And our last picture on here is just talking, we want to talk about how important it is for the teachers to have extra training, because this is really a big change in our mindset and our pedagogy. It's radical change, in fact. So I had another kid in that cohort. It's not just a change for us teachers. We need a lot of training to be able to support it, but also it's a change for the students and it's a change for the community. That group I was talking to you about, one of my students is in this. This is a picture of our first ever amazing scavenger hunt. We held it at UCLA. The kids run around the campus and they have to solve math problems. They get to check in, they get points, and then we have a winner. Knight High School only got third, but that's okay. At graduation, one of the parents came up to me after this had gone on. The kids had participated their senior year, and he said, "My son told me he was going on a race," and I thought, "Oh my goodness, I should have got him new shoes. I was so worried about it." And then he told me it was a math race. I'm so grateful for the opportunity he had to be part of the program and how much he's learned while he worked with us. Also, we want to make sure this is supporting what we wanted to support. So we have some ongoing internal and external reviews of the program to make sure that students are getting what they need out of it, because it is brand new. All right.
Talk briefly about math instruction. That book, Building Thinking Classrooms, schools are doing book studies on this. And this is a different way of teaching. It's getting kids up and talking at whiteboards, kids talking about math, which is awesome. We're also having everyone implement the core instructional model with consistency. And by the way, Building Thinking Classrooms and core instructional model work hand in hand. We're focusing on teaching practice post-purposeful questions. It's from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. And even though it says national, there's international people there too. Last time we were there were people from Germany, Canada, and I don't know where else, but those are the people I encountered. We want to increase vertical integration. So it's tough sometimes when you teach just Algebra 1. We want to make sure the Algebra 1 teachers are talking to the geometry, Algebra 2, calculus, as well as the teachers who teach math or who teach special education. We really want to make sure that they feel included. And then we just look forward to continued classroom visits. We did classroom visits with Mark White, our consultant, department chairs, instructional partners, and then district and site administration.
Okay, so a big part of teaching is assessment. We need to make sure the students are learning what we want them to learn. The CASP is our state test, and in high school, we only give it one time to 11th graders. So the CASP for us is measuring how much they've grown since we've got them since 9th grade. We use the NWEA to get a snapshot of their growth through all 4 years, and we administer that test twice a year. AP test, we're always trying to increase our numbers. So since we got to add that AP pre-calculus, we're having more students take AP tests right now, and we're still looking at that push. And then Scott mentioned having kids talk about math. We want to not just know if they got the right answer, we want to hear their thinking so that we can follow them on however their journey of understanding the problems. So we're working to increase math discourse and have kids talking more. And there's a rubric that came from the National Mathematics Teachers Association that we're using for that.
So if not you, who? That was our motto for the first year. We had the Math Quality Instruction Committee. I wanted everyone to know that if you don't do something, nobody else will. It's like when you're a parent of a little leaguer and you're like, why am I always the one working the snack bar when other people should be doing it too? So I want people to realize that if you don't do it, maybe nobody else will. There's 3 teachers there that are talking very much so about mathematics and snacks, probably because they have snacks. Also so this quality instruction committee is for math leaders. They get together, they're put in small groups, they have partner sites where they get to discuss the struggles that they're having with math leadership on their site. Do classroom walkthroughs and give people back rubrics about how did they do in discourse And then conferences. We've attended state, national, and local math and leadership conferences. And those are important because it's professional development for us. So as math leaders, we want to know what's new, what's out there, how we can talk to other people. So going to those allows us and our teachers to see different perspectives outside of our valley. Oh, this is still me. So here's just some things about the math quality instruction. A few things we have on there. We talk about new teachers, how we can support them and the different types of new teachers. Are they new to teaching? Are they new to your school, or both? Always end with a recognition of our teachers. The Dunning-Kruger effect, we talked about cognitive biases. When you're looking at information, sometimes you have your own bias. So we're trying to make people aware of their own biases so they can overcome them. A lot of talk about what's in your control and what's outside of your control. And I don't want anyone to focus on what's outside of our control. Let's look at what we can control. And then lastly, we talked about the standards for mathematical practice. Oh, this is me too. Oh. So artificial intelligence, this is not something that's new to the math people. If you ask a math teacher, they can tell you what photomath is. And what it was an app that's kind of outdated now because there's better stuff, that you could take a picture of a math problem and you could solve it. And the math people have been doing this for a few years now. We also did some training with Claude. So Claude Sonnet 3.5 has an amazing math engine. We talked about with the math people how we can use that. Also, Delta Math has some limited AI in it. And then Wolfram Alpha is another product that we've used for a long time. It's by Dr. Wolfram, who's a famous mathematician who not everyone's heard of, that can solve math problems. And that's been out for a long time, 20 years maybe. So some of the things we're doing is I made a custom GPT. I fed it all the standards, the framework, everything else like that, so that teachers can make lessons aligned to the standards easier. Doing some professional development, we're going to do UCLA AI over the summer. There's something called Playground with AI in it, where you get to explore new things. Last night it was Canva, and it's just, you know, a couple hours of PD on, this is a new product, play with it, and how are we going to use it? And then we learned about it at CMC South, which is California Math Council South, and then CISC with it, which is Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee. And now we're trying to learn and explore. These are new things, like the new things being the LLMs, like Claude and ChatGPT. We're trying to figure out how to use those. We're good at how to use photomath so that we don't get kids cheating, but how do we use these new tools? And that's what we're trying to figure out now. And we're going to continue doing that this year. This is your flip.
All right, so what is next? Our vision, each site has developed a vivid vision in the Math Quality Instruction Committee. We want to make sure that the work that we're doing aligns with what's important to us. Our motto for this year with the Math and Quality Instruction Committee was no excuses, just do the work. Let's just get out there and do what's right for these kids. Let's not worry about anything that's outside of our control. Let's focus on what is, and let's do what we need to. And then we have a picture here of the second, what was it called? Amazing Scavenger Hunt. That one was held at Azusa Pacific. And then empowering teachers and leaders is a protocol that we're following that Terry Ojeda, a teacher at Eastside, is leading us through, where we go through and we discuss things that are common problems that all math teacher leaders might be dealing with. So making the most of the time that we have, making our meetings worthwhile, what to do if you have a resistant teacher that doesn't want to try something new. We're working to make sure that we're including all teachers that are part of math education and being sure that we're including our special education teachers. So we want to learn from them and make sure that they learn from us and share in the responsibility of teaching the students. We have a focus on more classroom visits. Teachers are trying some new things, like the building thinking classrooms. Book study has led to people having kids stand up all around the room. People are hanging whiteboards with just laminating pieces of paper to try to make it work. So we want to get into the classrooms and acknowledge them and give them feedback and then showcase what they're doing so that others can get ideas from it. Professional development, we have to keep getting together and learning so that we can stay relevant to what's going on.
Another project is, it's a Pinata project, part of the Math Literacy Project. I think that's geometry as well. There's the effective math teaching practices that we talked about. There's all of them. in case you want to memorize them. And then looking forward, we're going to look for new curriculum, but that's not really coming out for until the 26-27 year, because the framework shifted, and talking to all the publishers, they haven't had time to figure out what to do yet. Collaboration, we're trying to get sites to collaborate with each other. We started that with partner sites. We want to do more of that, and also reach out to some of our partner districts that we had reached out to pre-pandemic. We had a pretty good relationship with them, and we're building that back up. And then last, just evaluate staffing needs. Like, what do we need to grow, and how do we need to be successful? And that's it. I'll talk about the change, and I think we'll talk about that other picture. This is an image that we show constantly at the math leadership, or quality instruction committee rather. And it just says that change is not easy because people like to be comfortable.
All right, and our final picture is some more student authored books. Those are two students from I think they're from Desert Winds. One of them actually wrote two. He's a sequel to his book. And the student that I was showing earlier, that was mine, that graduated in they graduated 2 years ago. He's still working with our partner and has two new books going to be released soon. So thank you very much for your time. I love my job. I love doing math, and we could talk about it all night, but that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was very helpful. And I have a load of questions that may go to Dr. Grado, may go to you, may go to Mr. Nian, but let's go ahead. Is there any discussion or questions for the board? Okay. So I am curious because all of us have looked at our dashboard and the math scores are not where they can be. So we'll just start and preface that. My question is, so we have on-level courses. How are we supporting the students that are not on level? Because what I see is they're being put in a course they're not ready for, and then they just keep them moving, and then senior year, they don't know what is happening. So I guess I'll stop there. That's my first question. The not on level students coming from 8th grade or even in 9 to 12.
Sure, that's what the math literacy is for. And we're trying to expand that.
The math literacy project,
Yep.
MLP. Okay.
MLP. We're trying to expand that. It is very radical, and it takes time to shift people's thinking. So if you showed up to a school site and you saw a bunch of kids wandering around measuring things, you might wonder, what are they doing? But they're doing a project. So it takes time to shift that, and it takes time for the teacher to learn how to manage that and to figure out how to do all of this. So
when did MLP start?
2019.
Okay, so Mr. Nihan, we have to move quicker. That's 6 years. I mean, I think we could see a little more. I hope the board would agree. Okay. Thank you for that, not on level courses. So the math literacy project, where is that? What schools currently?
All the schools.
So all schools have MLP.
Yes.
And how many students can it serve? Like, what is the capacity?
We try to keep it at 25 kids per class. We try to buy down the classes because those kids are struggling. So I guess it depends on how many staff we can train. I don't know how many kids it could serve.
Okay, can you find
You
out?
can follow up with that
Okay,
number.
great. Online and AI resources, that I really appreciated that slide. Thank you. So I was thinking about that as we're going along. Let's see. Okay, so the CAASPP CAS,
Yes.
11th grade. Can we get data because you say you give it to students in the 11th grade?
Yeah, that's what you
Right.
see on the dashboard. Yes.
Okay. Huh? No, it's only at the 11th. Didn't you say it's one time over the 4 years?
Right. We have
Put
a
your mic on.
incoming 9th grade. So as they exit 8th grade, they take the CASP. We don't test them again until the 11th grade. That's a state decision.
And just to clarify, the CASP is the state test. That's
Right.
what's reflective on the dashboard.
Okay.
And if I may, we do along the way, twice a year, they mention the NWEA,
Mhm.
and that is actually shows progress toward the CAS. So Twice a year, we're looking to see, where our students are, where they're progressing, what we need to do to increase that progression as they're going along.
To get a more focused, because the dashboard is very overwhelming, but is there a way to just get the math data of these benchmarks you're mentioning, as well as the 8th grade to the 11th grade? I mean, of course, we won't know if it's Charles that has the grade, but just to kind of see where they're at and per site would be helpful.
We can bring that back as a subsequent presentation. They love to talk about math and
Awesome. I
data,
love to
so-
hear about math because I'm not very good at it, but I know it's important. Okay. And then for the AP tests, what, with the push, what is the passing rate for AP? And for math, is it 3 or 4 to count as a passing grade or passing score?
So a qualifying exam is a 3, 4, or 5 on AP.
Okay, so you have to have 3 or 5. So what is the rate of 3, 4s, or 5s? Can we get that? Okay, thank you.
We could include that in the presentation.
Perfect. You're gonna come back. Give us data.
Well, we get to talk about data,
Come
and
back a lot.
I like data a lot.
Excellent. I like to analyze data. There was one slide in here. And again, this is general, I just want the board to hear the urgency, but also very much importance of this topic, where getting students to succeed was something written here. Overall, we want all of the students to succeed. Again, how are we getting our low performing students to succeed? What are the examples? What are we doing besides the MLP?
Sure.
Because MLP is only for 25 kids and we've got.
Well, 25 kids per class.
And
But
how
a
many
teacher
classes?
could teach 4 classes
Okay.
or 5 classes. So one teacher could do 100 kids or 25 kids or 0 kids.
And there may be multiple teachers.
Correct.
Okay.
We do have other programs that some of our schools have piloted. I know Palmdale High School did a lot last year, but it's called Exact Path would be an example where looking at the NWEA scores, they see, where they need to progress more quickly and they can put them on the program and hopefully that will, raise their scores and get them more proficient in areas they need to grow.
What is the project-based learning math that was presented, I believe, the first, maybe 2022 at Little Rock? I think it was at Little Rock.
That was
Oh, that was MLP.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that was amazing. I think every kid should have that. All right, because that is always what I feel is the benchmark for us, that all kids can have the opportunity because it works. I mean, look at the data, right? Classroom walkthroughs. What does regular observation mean?
That's a good question. I'm going to try to schedule, I'm going to schedule times when I go out there a couple times a year, as well as on the sites, like Nikki's an instructional partner. They go into the classes frequently. And site admin goes into classes frequently. So I don't know what regular is, but to me, it's more than once a year. So when I wrote that, I thought, oh, I want it to be a common occurrence.
Right.
And I think it is more for instructional partners. I think it's less so for some administrators and maybe other teachers seeing each other.
Okay.
Once teachers get to a certain point in their career, they don't always have an opportunity to go watch another person teach. And I think that we could do better on that.
Great. In the next presentation, I would love to hear what your ideas are. Math Quality Instruction Committee. How
Yes.
many people sit on that?
20-ish?
Okay, because that's just
15 to 20. Yeah.
district-wide. Okay.
It's a couple people from each site, and we pick them strategically. Like Nikki's a little bit longer in her career, so we have people that have taught for a little bit longer, midterm, and then we have some brand new teachers, and then we invite some administrators. So there's about, did you say 20? About 20 people.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so AI, we had a presentation about the AI task force last meeting, I believe. So how is that task force aligned with the AI work you're doing so that we're not operating in silos? Have you had any meetings with?
I'm on the AI task force.
Oh, okay.
So that's like how there's some crossover.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of AI being that it's a probabilistic model, a lot of the math people saw it earlier on. So I think they're, depending on the person, a little bit further along on it. So that's where I think they're at.
Okay. And then I believe you said something about partnerships, and I just want some clarity. Because again, as we're getting the ninth graders from our elementary middle school, what are our conversations with our middle school? And I know Mrs. Mann, the feeder schools, because we're getting them at a certain
We are.
level.
We are.
And how are we to give one teacher 8 years of teaching math potentially? So I'm wondering what has our real deep conversation been with our feeder schools about math in particular?
So there's a Antelope Valley curriculum and assessment committee. I may have those letters slightly wrong, but we meet together once a month and we talk to all the middle schools that show up, which is most of the sites. Most of our feeders show up and we have those discussions. My goal is to move into more active discussions with, started that over, with all of our districts. I met with Lancaster a couple times last year so that we could have a conversation about what we're doing. So I met with Krista Thompson over there a couple times.
Okay. Because I think that, I mean, I know we're having our strategic plan, and I just would love, I know the board would love to see more shift and interaction and performance levels of our young kids, because it's really sad when I go to a CVS and there's a young person and they don't know how to make change. And I get it, they're not making pennies anymore and we're not using cash as much anymore. But I think numbers, we always need them in some way. So I have to believe that we can do the most to have our kids succeed in math. And let's break the cycle of this perception that math is scary. And how can that narrative shift district-wide? Project-based learning is great. Math through creativity. I mean, I'm arts integration, it's coming. With math, with all subjects, everybody. So, yeah, this was so helpful. I wanted this presentation because I think it's important for the public to know all the great work that you're all doing, but it is such a monster to try to navigate, and hopefully we can get you what you need. Mr. Hughes, did you want to say
Yeah,
something?
from the board perspective, we're here to provide, right? This is, we have the purse strings, we have the budget, we give directions. But clearly I'm not a math teacher. I took statistics and the professor said, if you show up every day and you don't miss, you'll get a C. I got a C. It was every day. I got my degree. So I won't even try to start doing math. But what can we as a board, I mean, we had a presentation, I think we spent $10 million, something like $10 million. We had a presentation, I had no problem approving with my board that expenditure because we have low test scores. We want to do everything. What can we provide? What do you need? What resources? What programs? What can you tell me and this board to give you to make it better? Because it's our job to make it better. And you guys are doing a great job. I already know that. What can we provide to you? Money. We have money. So what can we give you? What do you need that you potentially don't have?
Don't know.
Okay, please get back to me because I think it's a very important. No, but it's so important. This is so important. And Carla's bringing you guys up to, and she's a professor. She wants this all to be the kids' scores to get better. We all do, and especially for this valley. I mean, you're going to build aircraft. You're going to go into electricians or IBW. You're going to be a lineman or whatever you're going to do. It's math. It's all math.
Sure. Some of the things that'd be nice, but it's just a problem. It'd be nice to have more math teachers, but I don't think our math teacher tree has come to fruition. We can start picking it yet. So
Are we short math teachers?
In the nation, we're short math teachers.
Okay, well,
I think math
I don't get
teachers
to
are
control the
always
nation yet. One day, maybe. Yeah, right. Like I'm sitting here. What about our district? How many math teachers are we short? Do you, hold on. Okay, on to this side. Or how many math teachers are we short?
I'd have to pull up the exact number for you at this current moment, but math is a traditionally difficult position to fill. We do incentivize it by offering a signing bonus for fully credentialed math teachers, but it's always on our list of positions to fill. I know we had interviews today for math positions, so we continue to interview from the start of the season all the way up until the start of the school year.
Well, I know we've made our teachers the highest paid, best benefited, so let's get there and get some math teachers over here. So, would you say that we're 5 short? Take a shot in the dark?
I'm pulling it up right now. I can tell you in just a second.
Can I say?
Yes, yeah. The president.
So just speaking of, and this I think is more of a comment to my friends on the dais, we really need to amplify women in math and people of color in math, because again, representation matters. And I don't know what pipeline we as a district have even thought about or thought outside the box for recruitment. And homegrown, I mean, I'm homegrown, Palmdale, you know, so maybe there are people out there that are current students that are girls that don't see themselves, are African-American males, don't see themselves, you know, whatever, Asian, whatever. But what can we do, I think, to make that a key point in how we're recruiting our math teachers? And maybe we need to do a pilot program. I know we're brainstorming in the arts world about that. Maybe the math world can be a part of that as well. So just something to think about. Was that enough time for you, Mrs. Rama?
It absolutely was. And I'm actually pleased to report we have 3 current vacancies in math, which is pretty low historically. And so I'm not sure how many were picked up in today's interviews. I believe we had 4 or 5 candidates. So maybe that number will be even less pending references.
Great. What
So
else?
apparently our tree has come to fruit and we are able to pluck some of them.
I like it. And I hope there are a bunch of homegrown heroes, because that's what I love to produce in this valley. Grandparents love their kids.
And I don't know what else. I'd want some time to be thoughtful about it. As a mathematician, I like to take time to think about a problem.
You and Mr. Nehan.
Please think about it and bring it back. We'll give some direction to Mr. Nehan about when you'll next be needed here.
Put on the spot.
Put
But
on the
thank you.
spot.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job.
Did you have anything, Cynthia? Thank you both. Oh, go ahead, Rosemary, sorry.
So in the beginning, you started off with, you were going to start the programs in 2 schools in the very,
Geometry.
yeah, you were going to start in 2.
I don't know what sites are going to do it. It's the second, or it's going to be the first year we're going to do it.
Oh, this year?
Yes,
School year.
because it just got approved. It just got approved a couple months ago or a few weeks ago sometime. So this coming up school year is going to be our first time that we're going to offer it.
And you haven't picked the sites yet?
I don't pick the sites. Sites determine what their needs are, and that's how they figure out what.
I know Highland and SOAR are doing it, and then we'll expand from there.
Can I ask a question? How are those schools chosen?
So Highland actually came up with a course, and
Okay.
it was to, if you have a student that comes in above, that isn't quite ready for Algebra 2, but had geometry maybe in middle school, then that class kind of fills the gap. So they were finding that they could use this as, something that would progress them on to the next level. SOAR is going to do it in the summer because of the fact that their ABC is only offering pre-calculus now, so that Math 135 went away. So from there, as we get more, we'll expand district wide once we figure out and the teachers figure out how to best provide the instruction.
And once teachers hear about it, like it just got approved a few weeks ago, so the person that got it approved knows about it, but who else will find out about it? So this summer, everyone will find out about it, and then they can start making decisions on how they can get people to teach it.
Right. And I just think of it through like an equity lens as well, where, who's going to be in the room and how can we get a lower performing student to want to achieve? Because I know Mr. Nehan and I were talking a day ago or so, but you give kids a chance, they'll rise up to the occasion, hopefully with motivated, engaging, empathetic, a teacher with empathy, and I think they will succeed. So again, our job is to look big picture. Equity is always something to think about, whether you agree or not, but it's something important for our group. So thank you so much.
And I just want to say thank you for what you guys do. Obviously you love math. That's cool. And I know it could be kind of feel like, oh, we're getting beat up here. I don't want you to feel like that. We just have a mandate to make our schools better, and that's what we want to do. However we can do it. So thank you for your presentation. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. Didn't feel beat up. Always enjoy talking about.
Thank you.
Always.
I
As
wish I
long
had
as
a
you're-
math teacher like you.
I know.
I was motivated.
Thank you.
That's what a lot of it is, so.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we are going to have Special Education Program Overview. Ms. Williams.
Yes, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lisa Shute, our Director of Special Education. She will provide an overview of our special education programs, services, and training that is provided within the department.
Good evening, board. Good evening, cabinet. I am Dr. Lisa Shute. I am your Director of Special Education, and I'm excited to be able to present or give you a brief overview tonight of our special education department district-wide. There you go. First, I will be talking about our students, and I will be talking about our staff, our programs district-wide, as well as our trainings that we do within the special education department. But first, I want to give you a little bit of my background. I've been Director of Special Education since October 2018. Before that, I was the Coordinator of Psychological Services for the district. And many years ago, almost 20 years ago, I actually was a school psychologist in the district as well and worked at multiple school sites. But overall, I've been working since the early 90s, late 90s, the past 26 years in education. It's been devoted to special education. I want to introduce you to our amazing special education leadership team. We would not be able to function our department district-wide without this team. I especially wanted to list the amount of years that this team has been working in our district, their dedication and devotion to special education. From our department administrative assistant to our program specialists, who are all former teachers within our district, to our coordinators. They have committed many years, many of them over 2 decades, to supporting the students with disabilities in our district. So I just wanted to highlight them tonight. And we have our Dr. Pantoja, who's our Coordinator of Psychological Services within our district here tonight as well. So first up, our students. Who are our students with disabilities? For a student to be eligible for special education, they have to meet a particular criteria. That disability has to not only be impacting, they have to meet the criteria, but also that disability has to be impacting their academic performance. And every student that receives special education services has an individualized education plan, so an IEP. That IEP is outlined in federal and state law. So the federal law that we follow, that we have to keep in compliance with, is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, and that aligns with California Education Code. Currently in our district, we have approximately 3,700 students that receive special education services. That number does fluctuate throughout the year as students move in and out of our district. Just before I came in, I looked at our numbers and we were at 3,685. So that fluctuates throughout the year. But overall, our students with disabilities make up 17% of our overall student population within our district. That is above the California average. The California average is 13%, approximately 13%. We have seen those numbers increase statewide over the years. So we are, just to give some perspective of our overall student numbers to you, our district has the 3rd largest special education student population in Los Angeles County. Now you might be saying, Lisa, who are number 1 and 2? I'm glad you asked, and I listed those for you. Number 1 is AVUHSD. That's obviously a much larger district, almost 500,000 students district-wide. Second is Long Beach, and they have about 64 to 65,000 students district-wide. So I just wanted to give you those numbers just to keep it in perspective and what 17% means. We service our community, right? And so who do we serve in AVUHSD? We service the entire Antelope Valley community. We are the high school district. So our partnerships with our feeder districts are essential. Every year, our TSAs district-wide attend as many transition IEPs as they possibly can. So we bring in 850 to about 900 ninth graders with special education services every school year. So our TSAs have relationships with our feeder districts. They attend as many of those transition IEPs as they can. And that is to help us to prepare for our incoming students. So we know who's coming to us, what services they need, how to best support them. We know that we don't know these students, but their current districts do, right? So we meet with those teams to make sure that we are prepared. And we service 8 feeder districts. In addition, at times, we might also service students from smaller districts near us that don't have the services that we have. And that usually comes up, we create an inter-SELPA agreement. SELPA is our special education local planning agency. So we work closely, we create MOUs with them, or innocent agreements with them, inter-SELPA agreements to service those students as well. And that comes up occasionally. This slide shows our overall special education student demographics. It's broken down by grade, gender, and ethnicity. I wanted to bring your attention to 3 specialized groups, or 3 groups that have high percentages of dual identification. So 22%, approximately 22% of our students with disabilities also are English language learners. 45% of our students with disabilities are also currently placed in foster care. And 22% of our students with disabilities also qualify for McKinney-Vento services, which means that they're identified as unhoused. So we need to make sure that we work with our other departments, our coordinators that support those groups, so that we are servicing the whole student holistically. Because we know that there's going to be various challenges that we have to deal with that we want to make sure that our IEP teams are aware of. This particular slide shows our overall primary disabilities broken down amongst our students that receive special education services. As I mentioned earlier, we follow federal law, IDEA, and IDEA outlines the 13 disability categories that a student can be eligible for services under. Also, just to remember, a student with special education services can receive services up to age 22 if they need to. So we just need to remember that as well. Also, I do not make these decisions for programs placement. Our administrators don't, our teachers don't. It's an IEP team decision, right? So the categories for eligibility, for programs, for services, for placement, that's all determined by an IEP team, which is outlined in federal law as well as state educational code. So our staff, we have an amazing special education department structure at all of our comprehensive sites, as well as our alternative sites as well. We have a vice principal that's identified at every comp site that's over special education. They work closely with a TSA, which is their teacher on special assignment, that also oversees and works closely with their special education teachers on campus. We have a program specialist that's assigned to work with the sites as well. Every site has a special education secretary, and that team works together to keep that department functioning throughout the day, every day, for every school year. Across the district, we have a large large group of staff members that support special education students, or students that receive special education services. It's approximately about 650 staff members dedicated daily to supporting students with disabilities. I wanted to highlight our special education teachers and our paraprofessionals. They are the teams in the classrooms. They're the teams that are working directly with students on a daily basis, and we could not do what we do without them. Our teachers are highly qualified. They're credentialed to work with students with disabilities. Our paraprofessionals, which are instructional aides, and our paraeducators, they not only support students with disabilities academically, they support with behavior, they help with access, students in maybe a wheelchair or a student with a vision impairment that needs to learn how to navigate the campus. they're going to be the support. Many of our paraeducators are assigned as one-on-ones. They also support with medical procedures throughout the day, and of course, functional skills academics. But I just wanted to highlight them tonight because we have amazing staff and they do amazing work on a daily basis. This slide kind of outlines additional staff that are in our district that support our students with disabilities. Their services are outlined on a student's IEP, and that's the team determines what service that student will need. From our psychologist to our speech pathologist to our adapted PE teachers, to our occupational therapists and our job developers. They are supporting students daily on our campuses. Also tonight, I wanted to highlight our ERICS department. This is a team of 15 amazing staff members that are providing services, intensive counseling services, and also overseeing our residential treatment center placements to students with special needs that require these services. Again, this is an IEP team decision, but they provide intensive counseling services. They do in-depth mental health assessments. And I must say, over the years, I've gotten kudos from psychiatrists and psychologists in hospitals and private practice about some of the mental health assessments that they've seen come from our psychologists from our ERICS department. So I wanted to make sure I recognize them this evening. But they also do parent counseling. They do parent training. They do in-home support if needed. It's sort of like a wrap service that can be in-home if an IEP team makes a decision that a student requires that level of service. And there's also social work support that can be provided as well. Also, we have some contracted staff that our district has in place to make sure that we're supporting students, whether it's in their IEP or if we feel that a department or a classroom needs additional support, we have contracted staff that we assign as well to work with them. Also, we have 4 staff members or service providers that come to us through inter-SELPA agreements to provide additional services. So that would be like our visual impairment teacher, our orthopedic impairment, orientation mobility teacher, and our audiologist. And so they come to us from Lancaster School District and Palmdale School District. And other districts within our SELPA utilize these staff members as well. So our programs, we have a very comprehensive program in our district. We have a variety of special education programs on all of our campuses. Our goals in our district for our students with disabilities: access, inclusion, and equity. We want to make sure that our students with disabilities have access to the community, to the workforce. They should have access to their campus. We want to make sure that they're receiving post-secondary transition planning. Inclusion. We want to make sure that our students with disabilities have access to being educated with their non-disabled peers. It's not a privilege, it's a right. And that's what IDEA and California Ed Code tells us, that our students with disabilities should have access to the general education setting, to the least, as considering the least restrictive environment as possible. What does that mean? As much time and access to general education curriculum and setting and their non-disabled peers to the fullest extent as determined by the IEP team. All of our programs, again, and placements and services are determined by a team, and we really focus on facilitating parent input and participation. And we do that through the use of our facilitated IEP process, which really encourages collaboration from parents in their child's learning plan. Okay, so in our district, we have a continuum of services from our resource specialist program, which really focuses on study skills for students that are spending most of their day in general education. And then we have a variety of SDC or special day class programs within our district, servicing students with a variety of needs. Some of the programs I also wanted to highlight tonight are our Deaf and Hard of Hearing program at Highland High School, our Pathways to Success transition program, which is housed on the campus of Palmdale High School. And it's a program, it's a small program, and it's for students that have intensive needs. So they need help with functional skills, and with they need intensive behavior supports. So that's a great program that we have within our district. Also, Desert Pathways. Desert Pathways is our smaller special education site. It's modeled after a non-public school type of school structure. So it has intensive behavioral supports. We have psychologists on campus. We have multiple ERICS therapists. We started a partnership this year with LACO. It's a LACO DMH partnership for Margaret's Place. It's part of the Safe at Home initiative. And so it's a sort of a wellness room where students can receive counseling support. It's filled with items that are helpful for counseling. We focus on trauma as well. So that's part of the Desert Pathway structure. They also implement the behavioral level system, and there is a reward system. And so we do provide funding to this programs, SCCB programs or behavior programs around the district as well, but to make sure that the behavioral level system is implemented with fidelity. Also, we have, as part of our continuum of our services, we have some students that are placed in programs outside of our district, which are non-public school placements, and occasionally a residential treatment center placement, which is has oversight by the ERICS program as well. Again, some of our features of our programs, we really focus on transition planning. We make sure that every student with an IEP has a transition plan in place in their IEP by 9th grade when they enter with us. We train every year on the facilitated IEP process to make sure that we encourage as much parent participation as possible. It really helps with dealing with any kind of conflicts that might come up in that IEP process. We have sensory rooms, and the pictures here on this particular slide show some of the items that are available in our sensory rooms, which are utilized by our students with autism that might need sensory support throughout the day. There's swings, there's mats, there's lights, there's different tactile activities that they can do in those sensory rooms. And so staff know how to utilize them. They were originally set up in combination with our input from our occupational therapists and our special education leadership team. And we, we just keep looking at those rooms throughout the year, every year, to see if there's anything additional that we need to add or change. But we have the community-based instruction program. And this comes back to Ms. Corona, what you mentioned about going into the community and seeing young people, can they count change or not? Part of an IEP service is that community-based instruction for students that need it, teaching them how to navigate the community. How do you learn how to count change or go into a store to buy items? Learning to go to a restaurant to order off a menu. Who teaches you how to ride a school bus, not a school bus, I'm sorry, a public bus? How do you navigate public transportation? So a lot of those aspects are taught in the community-based instruction as part of the IEP services as well. Campus to community teaches students how to hold jobs, gives training skills. Also, we're very proud about our increasing our enrollment of students with disabilities into CTE courses. Right now, we're at approximately 12%, but we're working on that every year to increase that. Also making sure that our students with disabilities have support in those classes, academic support, and also support from our job developers. Okay, our trainings, lastly, tonight, our trainings. We are big on professional development, and it's something that we address throughout the school year and every school year. This particular slide shows our 3 main trainings that we do even before the school year begins. First off, we train all of our new special education teachers coming into the district for 2 full days. Our program specialists work with them closely on IEP procedures, district procedures, how to manage classrooms, behavior management. And so that consists of 2 full days of training. Our annual special education 2-day conference, and I know some of you came last year. We were at Highland High School. We will be there again this year. August 4th will be our in-person day at Highland High School. We will have a great keynote speaker. That afternoon, we will have 22 different sessions. One of them is on AI, by the way. We were talking about AI earlier. We have 22 different sessions focusing on supporting students with disabilities. Day 2, which is August 5th, will be a virtual day. So all of our special education departments district-wide will be working together on their campuses. The morning will start off with a keynote speaker or training from our special education attorney, Miss Gabby Ortiz from AALRR. She'll be doing a virtual training with all of our teachers and our classified staff on our legal updates, which is something we do yearly. Then afternoon, she'll be training our teachers on IEP goal writing. Our paraprofessionals will be doing a training with our partnership agency supporting inclusive practices, how to support students in the gen ed. So it's a full day of training. Then on Wednesday, which is August 6th, which is something we do every year, our entire 15-person nursing staff will work with all of our paraprofessionals on teaching and making sure we go over nursing procedures, how to work G-tubes if that's appropriate for that particular paraprofessional, which is typically our paraeducators, how to document medical procedures. So they spend all day working on that. So those are the three that we do even before the school year starts. Within the school year, we've done all of these this year, and we will continue to do them next year. This first slide looks at how we support the academic process. Like I mentioned before, the facilitated IEP, we're working on inclusion, making sure that our special ed students have access to general education. Our captain program, which looks at autism evidence-based practices. I won't read everything on here, but just to give you an overview. Sunday reading program, ensuring that our teachers are highly qualified in being able to teach reading skills. EL reclassification for students with disabilities. And of course, working on our unique learning system in Polaris, which is the curriculum that we use in our moderate severe classrooms. This is supporting social emotional development. So we do these trainings throughout the year, and we will continue to do them. One of the main things that I wanted to bring to your attention that is led by our special education staff is our NCI training, which is our nonviolent crisis intervention program that we use within our district. Our TSAs and our program specialists not only train hundreds of staff within our district, they also train hundreds of staff within the SELPA. So they're also trainers for them as well. And it focuses on de-escalation skills and also physical interventions in a nonviolent way. But we also focus on training for our STC behavior teachers and how to implement behavioral level system, tracking for that, training with our psychologists. And one of the things we always focus on is trauma and teaching on trauma-informed practices. And supporting our overall program development. I meet monthly with our special education vice principals and our TSAs. We talk every month about compliance, IEP issues, staffing issues, anything related to special education to make sure that we're always up to date. One of the main things about our structure in our district and our special ed teams is that there's a special need at a particular campus that may not be needed on another campus. We can schedule site-specific trainings for that staff when needed. And that's all because of the structure that we have in our district. And that's it. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions before I go? You know, I have some.
That's okay. That's good.
Just like to thank everything that you do for special ed.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, this was super helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Okay, I started taking notes on here and then I moved to the paper. So let me, instructional aides and paraeducators.
Yes.
And this may be something that I could just get later, but what are the qualifications for those particular positions? And then what is the training for them? Is that what that 2-day annual SPED conference is? Because my understanding is that instructional aides don't start until the 5th or 6th. So how could they go on the 4th? I could be wrong.
They usually attend our 2-day training. As far as the job description and specifics to hiring for those positions, Ms. Ramos probably have.
I can follow up with you and provide those job descriptions, but they do start at the beginning of August. That's when their work calendar begins.
Okay,
So they are
would
available
be
for
there.
that.
Okay. Are they mandated to go to that training?
Yes, that's the beginning of their assignment.
Oh, okay. And then I'll skip to this because it's linked. As part of the interview questions, are you a part of speaking with Mrs. Ramos about what types of questions to ask to hire an instructional aide and paraeducator?
We review job descriptions, we review questions, but I'm not at all those interviews. No, I'm
Right,
not.
yeah.
So, yeah.
And the reason I ask this is because this has been something I'm very critical on,
Okay.
where I know of a handful of people that have gone in for an aide position. They had no question whatsoever related to SPED, and then they were in a SPED classroom, and they were like, what am I doing here? And that made me go down another hole of, well, let's see what questions we're asking them. Not one related to special education. And if we want the most compassionate, qualified, professional individual, we have to hire the right person, but we have to ask the right questions. At least that's to this area. So I just was wondering what your relationship is with HR in that process. So it sounds like you're part of the relationship, but not in the interviews always.
I'm not in all those interviews, but
Okay.
what we can always do is sit down and look at the questions. What we do, and we do this for a variety of positions, whether it's our psychologist, whether it's speech or language pathologist, we will review questions over the years and update them. So that's something that we can definitely look at to make sure that those questions apply.
Fine.
My understanding, though, is our only instructional aides that we have in district are within our resource classes and our SDC academic classes. So there may be a confusion about maybe they don't know that it's special ed, but that's where that particular position is
Yeah,
assigned.
definitely.
Mhm.
And then the paraeducators, I would imagine, are a much higher level if they're doing, sounds like they're doing more in-depth work, I'd imagine. So I'll just, if you could give me that posting, that'd be great. So the other thing, as I've sat here for the past 2 years, a little over, and not only here in the public comment, but calls, messages, emails, SPED has been one of the biggest concerns. So I'm wondering, because this is wonderful and beautiful. I love this. I just wonder if there's a disconnect with those on the field, in the field, I should say, with the paraeducators, the instructional aides, the teachers. Do you feel any of this? And I'm putting you on the spot. And if you prefer to,
That's okay.
where do you feel the disconnect is? Because there's so many concerns with SPED, and I look at these numbers. I mean, do we have enough people? Are we training the right people? I mean, and to go back to what Mr. Hughes said with our mathematician, what can we do to help you and these, what is it, over 3,700 kids succeed?
Then I'm sorry, not to interrupt, but to piggyback off of that, because we've seen teachers here saying that they're not being given enough time for all the paperwork that's required to be completed. They don't have enough support to be able to attend the time for the children. And I mean, they've come here, like she said, it's not just emails. And I had that written down, so I'm glad you brought it up, because there is a really big disconnect. Exactly what she's saying. And that was just an example of, but I'm sorry, you can answer the question.
I think I saw the frustration increase since school closure, and we ended up with, more vacancies than we've seen in the past. As you see, our numbers are growing. We are at 17%. I think when I started, we were more like 14%. Our population represents our community, and we're here to service them. So but I do understand that there is some frustration. I know our teachers have large caseloads. They are provided overages for that. But at the same time, it does not necessarily take away the fact that they can become frustrated. And I think that's the concern. We represent and we support our community. And as I mentioned on the slide talking about the students that we take in, we enroll every year 850 to 900 students with special education services. At the same time, students that aren't graduating maybe with a diploma at 18 after 4 years can stay up until age 22. We have a large moderate to severe student population. When you look at that chart of disability, or our programs, we have a large student population there. So those would be the students with the more moderate to severe disabilities on that chart. So I don't really have it broken down like that, but we do have a large population there. So my point in saying that is that those students do stay till age 22. So as you bring in more students in ninth grade and you have students that stay longer, teachers do have large caseloads. So I won't deny that there is frustration with that.
So with
if I-
large,
I'm sorry. Can I just piggyback on that? Special education is a shared concern between both CSEA and AVTA. It's something that we discuss at the table with both of those labor groups pretty regularly. So additionally, it is not 3 vacancies across the district for teachers. In special education, we currently sit at 16 vacancies. So when those vacancies exist, a long-term sub is assigned to those classrooms, and typically they don't carry a caseload for student IEPs. So those additional students are then assigned to other credentialed teachers. And that creates a larger lift that you're hearing about with paperwork and that process. So it is
We've heard that.
it,
We've had
yeah,
teachers go in,
absolutely.
We've heard that.
So it is a challenge that we address together. I'll tell you one of the benefits of this district is most of our recruiting comes from our paraeducator and instructional aid workforce, which we're really proud of. Danny will be frustrated on the day that Matt is excited to hire a CSEA member over into AVTA, but we know that those individuals, those employees have grown with us and are able to understand the unique challenges that are presented in our community, and they know our kids and they love our kids. So we're excited to bring them on the teaching side, but then that creates a vacancy on the classified side. So definitely a problem on both sides of the house.
So back to my whole stick here. What can we do as a board to assist? That's kind of what we're saying. Amazing presentation, incredible. You're brilliant. I feel that we're in great hands.
Thank you.
I'm thoroughly impressed, but what can we do? I mean, how can we be as good as you and help you out? So what's your ask? I'm ask for something.
I would say we partner with personnel in expanding our recruitment to attract teachers to our area, attract teachers to want to be a special education teacher, whether it's getting a mild moderate credential or a moderate severe credential, attract them to the field because we have amazing teachers. They do have high caseloads. So it's about attracting more highly qualified individuals to want to teach in these positions.
In comparison with caseloads, where do we stand? Because we have above average of the state of California. We're number 3 in all of LA County, and LA County is what, 80 cities?
Yes.
So what are the loads, the per capita, is that the word? Where's my mathematician? See,
They left.
they did, yes. But is this caseload more than, let's say, LAUSD's by percentage?
That I can tell you, but what I can tell you is we start working in January and February. I work with Christina on looking at our projections for the next school year. I get the list of all the incoming students that go through it to figure out what school site they're going to be at and what type of program they're going to need to be in. Then we project on how many teachers we have and paraprofessionals as well. How many teachers we have, what are we going to need for the next school year? And we start to post those positions. So I believe they're already starting to post for next year, and we're already hiring for next year. Then what we do at the beginning, so we kind of have an idea of what those caseloads will be. For resource, the ed code says 28, and the majority of our resource teachers are over that caseload. I will tell you that. So, and it's all based on our numbers, and it's based on the students that come and enroll at our schools. Another thing, what we do is in the first 5 weeks of school, I collect caseloads from all of our teachers in special education district-wide. Then Christina and I work together on looking at, oh, wow, we might need to hire for this site, or maybe this site has a lower number. I also work with our special education vice principals to help kind of level out caseloads so that teachers are pretty equal at their particular school site for their program, but most of them have pretty good sized caseloads.
When you can you get us that number on average? I mean, it's probably different per site, but because if ed code is saying 28, then how do we get ourselves to ed code? And then on your presentation, the specific learning disability 1,710, are there any duplicate numbers here?
Those are not duplicate numbers.
Okay, so
no.
what would be a specific learning disability, for example, like dyslexia, those?
Sure. So SLD, or specific learning disability, is going to be your biggest group or biggest disability group pretty much in any district. So there is a criteria, but it looks at processing deficits. It looks at how those processing deficits affect your academic progress. So if a student is coming in for an initial, or if a team is suspecting a specific learning disability, a psychologist is going to assess their cognitive abilities. A teacher is going to assess them in their academics. We're going to look to see if there's any other issues or any other areas of suspected disability. And so what that team is then going to do is look at patterns of strengths and weaknesses. From the assessment results, they then are going to determine strengths and weaknesses. From strengths and weaknesses, they're then going to determine IEP goals. From IEP goals, they're then going to determine what is the least restrictive environment. How can we still support that student with as much general education time as possible, and what's the least amount of special education support they are going to need to still be able to make adequate academic progress and still access the general education curriculum. So it's going to look at dyslexia would fall under that. It might be related to attention. It could be related to an auditory processing deficit. It could be related to a visual processing deficit. I could go on about this. I won't do that. I'm a former school psychologist. So there is a whole criteria that our psychologists are trained on every year at looking at how to determine eligibility for a specific learning disability. But then ultimately an IEP team is going to make the decision on whether that student is eligible for services or not.
And I just have three more questions quickly. Sorry. I know I'm getting the side eye from Mr. Hughes.
My wife's saying, get home.
So tell her we got a long meeting still. Security, quick question. Do you know, or maybe Ms. Chandlin, do the security get trained in SPED specific needs when security guards are hired? Do they get training specifically on how to have a, how to I don't want to work
Handle a
with
situation.
SPED?
So one of the trainings that was on Dr. Schute's slide, it was the NCI training, and that is done in partnership. So not only is the full special ed staff participate in that training, but our campus supervisor staff as well. And our directors of school site safety are also trainers of trainers along with the TSAs. And then at each particular school site, if a student has specific behavioral needs or behavior support plan, that is communicated with individuals who may come in contact with that student.
Great. And then AI, have you looked at any AI resources to help with paperwork? I mean, I know someone's probably going to hate me for saying that, but AI is a tool. And if we use it with integrity, ethically, and responsibly, I feel like it's here to help. Anything with AI for the SPED world?
Well, for special education, we're a service, so we're gonna follow what's being done for general education as well. But what I will tell you, at this year's our annual special ed conference on August 4th, we will have a couple sessions on using AI in the classroom. But ultimately, as a service, we're gonna follow what's happening in our district as well. But I will tell you, I use AI. Dr. Pantoa helps me writing summaries and overall, so we are addressing that.
Okay. And then just lastly, and this kind of goes with LCAP.
Famous last words. Last question.
This is the third of the third. Thinking of our LCAP and thinking of our Prop 28 and arts and how arts can be integrated with SPED, whether it's through art therapy, drama therapy, dance therapy. I just feel like we're missing an opportunity and we haven't tapped into it yet. So hopefully as we continue to grow and expand, that we include sped in all of our arts thoughts, because I do think that would be, I was at the Dance for the Decades performance. I'll talk a little bit more about the end, but I've been thinking about it, but that kind of gave me even yes, we need to talk about it. So something to think about.
What I will tell you is special education is a service, right? It supports services, we have programs, but ultimately it's a service. As you strengthen general ed, you strengthen special ed. Because as you strengthen general ed, our students with disabilities have more options to participate in the general ed setting. So as you add art classes, that's more opportunities for our students with disabilities to participate. So I think that's an important kind of perspective to look at it that way. So we would appreciate that in general ed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Thank you so much.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh.
I'm done.
Mr. Hughes needs to say something.
And Carl alluded to this, is that, you know, a little over 2 years we've been sitting here. We went on a journey together and came up here and changed this board. And trust me, as amazing as you are, I sit with 3 amazing women up here with no agendas except for taking care of kids.
Absolutely.
And
I realize
making
that,
sure we
yeah.
take care of our staff. And I'm thoroughly impressed. And as I sit here and presentations like that, so thank you, Madam President, for bringing these. I'm just excited and just learning about the leadership that we have in this school district, and it's amazing. And your presentation tonight was absolutely that. So thank you very much. Your reflection on yourself and this leadership that we have up here. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Jay.
Laura,
Oh, yes.
would I just make a suggestion? We've been at it for 2 hours, maybe a brief recess to stretch our legs?
We may have a 5-minute recess. 9 p.m. Please report back.
Get to the good part.
Oh, yeah.
Night meeting.
Let's do it. 11. We're good. No. We're gonna. Your face. Even though. Here. ETC. All right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and begin or reconvene at Antelope Valley Schools Transport AVSTA report. Mr. Bensko.
Good evening. Just a quick update. One kind of exciting bit of news for the AVSTA is that the board actually just today approved a new software system that will help with the tracking of student trips a little bit change. So it'd be nice for parents to have real-time access to where the buses are and dropping off students. It'll also help our drivers with the ability to get real-time GPS upgrades. So awesome, cool stuff, but that's all I have for AVSTA tonight.
Thank you. Okay, from AVTA, Mr. Millings. We have the better version tonight. Good evening.
Mike's out there vacation.
He can't be here right now. I'm Jason Cronister. I am second in command for AVTA. Good evening, board members, cabinet, everybody else that's here, and community members. As the academic year draws to a close, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the accomplishments of the students, particularly the 2025 graduating class. Graduation is not a milestone, or is not only a milestone for our students, it's a reflection of a collective effort of teachers, support staff, families, and us as school leaders. This celebration marks both an ending and a beginning full of pride, hope, and opportunity. We applaud our seniors and recognize the countless hours of care and commitment from all of our school staffs, which we've seen tonight with a lot of these presentations. In closing, as summer is upon us, let's celebrate the successes of our students while recognizing the tireless work of our entire school staff. Thank you, board, cabinet, for your continued partnership and support as we bargain in good faith for all of our educators. Together, we will continue to make this district a place where students thrive and staff are respected and valued. Have a restful summer, and I want to thank you for your time. Thank you tonight. Yeah.
Thank you. L from CSEA, Karen White. Is Mrs. White here? No, okay. M, public comments from the floor for agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
Yes, we have two.
The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. To address an item on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president chair announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time to public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda. First up, Lisa Beal. Welcome, Lisa.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lisa Beal, and I'm speaking here today as a classified employee for myself and many others. We ride the school bus with students before and after school. We maintain and repair the grounds and buildings. We clean the campus before and after school. We make sure that all technology is functioning. We run and maintain Power School and every app that is used in this district. We prep food and feed the students. We register every student for school. We are in every office and support every program. We are the front lines for parents and the public. We are in classrooms supporting student learning. We feed, change, and care for students with disabilities. We are the first to respond in an emergency. We are the healthcare staff caring for all students. We help support campus climate, morale, and spirit. We are in the district office supporting new teacher programs. We plan and schedule trips and training for all staff and students. We enter and monitor every order request for every campus. We process every order for every item paid for by the district. We help create, report expenditures and accountability for the budgets. We collect and provide data to help write grants and proposals. We pay every bill. We pay all of the employees. We receive and deliver all items that are ordered by the district. 2 people. We are the first people on campus and the last to leave. I cannot speak entirely to all of the positions mentioned above, but my hope is that our members come to this podium to share what we do every day. I want to be clear, we do not begrudge certificated staff anything that they have earned. I very much appreciate the teachers, but I believe it's time that classified staff is also appreciated. Last time I was here, I spoke to the sacrifices that classified staff have made to keep the cost of insurance low. As a follow-up, we received an email stating that we have received over 20% on schedule over the last 10 years. Excuse me. I went back as far as 2013-14 and can confirm classified staff has received 22.55% in on-schedule raises to date, and certificated staff has received 32.35%, a difference of almost 10%. In that same time period, cost of living has increased by 32.6%. We have sacrificed. Had we taken the same on-schedule raises, our pay would be significantly higher, which would have made paying for more insurance much more feasible. When negotiating, CSEA has to consider all employees from 3 to 8 hour. In doing so, we can't make simple sweeping decisions. This negotiation leaves the perception that classified staff is less than, but we should all be treated equally. In education, no one group functions without the other, and I think we've all heard that here tonight. Morale is lower now than it was last time I was here, and while the tentative agreement passed, it is not without substantial discontent. The TA will be presented to this board for a vote, and classified staff will essentially be taking a pay cut. Is it fair? No. Is it equitable? No. Will we lose good employees because of it? Probably. I've heard you ask how you can help over and over tonight, and we keep hearing about how much money the district has, but we have been told there isn't any for classified employees. We look forward to any help that you guys can provide.
Thank you.
I got a, ma'am,
Lisa?
I got a couple clarifying questions. I just want to understand it because if we're comparing.
Absolutely.
If we're comparing, the two groups.
Yes. And I want to be real. I'm not comparing. Like I said, I really truly appreciate all
No,
the
we should.
certificated
I'm
staff.
just trying to understand. 'Cause
Yes.
Medical is clearly my understanding for clarification.
Yes.
It's the medical issue on.
Yes.
How much percentage you have to pay compared to what the teachers union pays.
Yes. So over the years, classified staff has sacrificed in raises to make up so that we didn't have to pay more for benefits. That was done in part for 8 hour, but also in part for 6 and 7 hour employees so that they would not have to pay more because they are the lowest paid among us. So really our union has sacrificed there to try to keep that down. We've taken lower percentages in raises to eat it as far as the cost is concerned in insurance to help cover ourselves in the cost of business.
And do you, when you look at, you compare,
Yes.
do you look at the overall picture when you're evaluating the apples and the oranges or the apples to the apples? Because when you have X amount of money or
Yes.
percent, and then you have healthcare different in how it's evaluated.
Yes.
Is the overall money the same? Have you done that evaluation?
So I'm not in the negotiations team. I would actually probably have to do a Freedom of Information Act to get that information. I don't have that easily accessible to me. I'm not on the e-board. I'm just an employee speaking who keeps seeing
Totally
this happen.
appreciate it too. Totally. I love it. That strength. I commend it. As a board director, as a trustee, I'm just
Yes.
trying to understand because we give directions to our a team over here to, and we approve percentages and
Yes.
how it is and how much money, and it's all of dollars. So I'm just trying to understand, do you get how that process works?
Oh, I absolutely do.
Okay, because I know from our perspective, we give clear directions on overall package money. Like
Yes.
X amount of money, this is what we have, this is what they're authorized to negotiate with. And the difference is based on what we pay for medical and stuff like that, because it's two separate.
Yes,
on how it works.
absolutely.
But overall, it's the same money. So I'm very confident in that. And I just wanted to make sure you
I would
understand.
love to see that this year because we've seen, I mean, obviously we've all seen what AVTA got.
But it's hard to if they got 5%, it's hard to say, well, we should have got 5%.
Well, no, originally that's what the offer was on the table. Originally it was 5% or 6%, excuse me. They got 6%. We were offered 6%. We did not take it because the percentages of insurance that were going to go up were going to affect our 6 and 7 hour employees as well as the 8 hours. So at that point, we said no, because of the effect it was going to have on the overall staff. At that point, what's come back is not that, it's not that.
Okay. Thank you for that
Yeah.
clarification. Then I'll have a statement after that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I just, Ms. Ramos, in negotiation, I know that we're very clear on this board that we want to always have the best paid, best benefited. I think we've done that for the time we've been here. We've preached that. And I think we've been pretty fair on the money that's presented. I understand some people, if they don't get the whole negotiation process, or maybe the communication from their union is a little bit different than what if we were able to communicate with them, which we can, they would quite understand the process and how we determine the monies. I can tell you from my perspective, we offer the same monies. It's just how you spend the finances in the negotiation process. And that's two different unions get to decide that for themselves. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. And you highlighted the point, the benefit structure is significantly different between the two units. And so total compensation is what is considered, but the benefit structure is what is different, the cap versus the employee contribution fixed rate.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing and our directions are being followed, because we absolutely care about our employees up here. And I can understand how, if the communication is not coming from their union, I want to be careful, Jabari. If I go too far, please stop me. If their union's not communicating what they're doing, we really can't engage in that, correct?
In the latter part of this negotiation season, we did engage in a joint communication that was drafted between myself and the union president, Karen White, in an effort to create some clarity around what was being done through negotiations. I hope that that practice will continue. I think it will allow a more transparent communication between the district and its employees.
And I mean, we can't, I don't get to pick the president. I don't get a say in that. I won't even try to get a say in that we don't get to do that. That's what the bargaining unit gets to do. That's on them to pick their leaders. And if they like it, great. If they don't like it, but the communications to that member should be with their president, correct?
Correct. The district does not have a say in the union leadership or the negotiation team. That is all done through the local chapter.
Okay. Okay, then I feel pretty good about our direction that it's been followed. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Because I can't see that far, what do your signs say? Can you repeat yourself? Well, I want to clarify that we definitely support you, but I mean, Miss Lisa mentioned the morale is not good. So hopefully, hopefully the morale will get better somehow. All right, Mr. Clint Ed, thank you. This is on special education.
Hello, everyone. Everybody knows that I'm
evening.
the security rep for Chapter 612. I wasn't going to speak tonight until Miss Corona asked some very difficult questions about special ed. And I'm speaking right now as a stepdad to a special needs son, starting at 11 years old until he was 35. He was nonverbal and he was diapered. So you can only imagine the difficulty of releasing that child to staff that you may not know at Antelope Valley Union High School District. Being able to trust those individuals to not abuse your child when he's nonverbal. So Ms. Corona, you brought up a whole lot of concerns with special ed, instructional aides, paraeducators, and a lot of them are very upset and the morale is bad. I'm speaking here tonight because I like being transparent and I want to be public. Ms. Corona, if you want the not political correct answer, contact me. We'll have a discussion. Special education is a beast that most people don't understand unless you're in it. And I've been in it not only as a parent, but as security for 24 years. And there are things that district personnel, they do on a daily basis with Band-Aids. And I'll give you an example. A vice principal at a school is down 17 paraeducators for the day. Imagine needing to provide services, not only for those students, but those teachers, with 17 paraeducators out for the day. And most likely those 17 paraeducators are taking what we like to call the mental health day because we're tired. They're tired of being abused in the classroom by students and no consequences being provided because consequences can't be provided because the state won't let it happen. So there's a big giant beast that we can talk about, Ms. Corona. So if you want the straight, transparent answers, contact me. I work from 9:30 to 6 at Little Rock High School. Regarding the morale of classified staff, there's a lot of misunderstanding. Christina Ramos was gracious enough to start communicating with classified by way of email to provide transparency. And there's a lot of misunderstanding with how we pay for our benefits. Most classified don't understand. And there's a lot of language that is not used to where we've been paying for our benefits since 2014. There's just not an official cap. We've been paying for it. And a lot of individuals don't understand the math of it. We deserve more, but if we had 150 classified, people might listen more. I appreciate you ladies for being here tonight, but somehow we got to get united. And showing up 6 or 7 isn't going to do it. But Ms. Corona, I invite you 9:30 to 6 at Little Rock High School and get on my security cart. We can go for a drive. Christina's going to do that later on.
I've been there.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
worked.
Charles came out and spoke with me, and there was a lot accomplished. There really was. A lot of classified don't like me, Ms. Corona, because I speak positively about the district.
And I'm gonna cut you off because you're way over
Oh,
your time.
that's okay.
Wait, hold on. But I have some clarification questions I'd like to ask you, so you get a little more time. I just want to make sure we're following the rules. So thank you for allowing me to go a little bit longer. I think it's important. Solutions. Okay, we know we've heard a lot of problems. You know, we've had paraeducators in there, we've had teachers in here. Special ed is such a beast to try to wrangle. We get it, we understand it. It's tough. I personally know some paraeducators. The stories are crazy. I get it. And like I said, we've had a lot here. Solutions.
The first solution, I believe, like I asked a couple of months ago, if the district could provide an olive branch to classified and meet with classified.
But see, the problem is we can't engage. So we can negotiate, but we can't when we meet.
I'm not asking to negotiate a contract, sir.
Okay.
I'm just
That's where
simply
we
saying,
have to be careful.
I'm just saying if district personnel would meet with classified and listen to them vent. You know, when you have a vice principal tell an instructional aide out of frustration, you're at the bottom of the barrel. People aren't going to listen to what you have to say right now.
I
Now,
disagree with that.
Now, I understand that if you were going to look at a ladder of everybody in the district from the superintendent down to the last instructional aide, I understand the concept, but having an attitude of you don't matter. And there's a lot of frustration from everybody. There's administrators that want to do more, but they can't because of the state. The issues that security has, we're not allowed to use the prone position anymore. We can't put students on their stomach. When I got gangbangers fighting today at Little Rock, how am I supposed to handcuff them if I can't put them on their stomach? There's just a lot of frustrations. And if district personnel would just come and listen, I think that would be the first start.
Because that's what I'm looking for, solutions. And it's complicated. We get it. It's not a one hour conversation.
No.
I mean, we've had security issues.
Correct.
We dealt with that, and I think we're doing a great job. Are we done yet? Absolutely not. So we've been here for a couple years. So thank you.
And my experience is that the district personnel want to be helpful.
Absolutely.
That's my experience.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Madam President.
All right, public comments from the floor for non-agendized items. There are comments on the floor for non-agendized items. We have 5. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address an item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda. Ruth Simmons, Senior Class Advisor. That's the topic. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. It's Simons, just so you know, and
sorry.
I am one of those
Simons.
homegrown heroes Charles was talking about. Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Ruth Simons. I am a 1992 graduate of Courts Hill High School. I've been teaching for 28 years, the last 20 at my alma mater. In 2009, I was chosen as the district teacher of the year. I have chaperoned over 20 proms, numerous other dances, advised clubs, chaperoned field trips, helped with athletics, driven students to events, and been the academic advisor for a number of athletics teams. For the past 11 years, I have officially held the position of senior class advisor. My main reason for speaking to you tonight is to make you aware of something that is a policy in our district, but is, in my opinion, being abused at Courts Hill High School. My family and I have dedicated our lives to this district. I have always been a proud Courts Hill High School rebel. Even when I was working at different schools, my heart was always at Courts Hill. When my father retired, I transferred over to take his position. I was so excited to be wearing Columbia blue and gold once again. From the beginning, I jumped right in. After 9 years, I became the senior class advisor. Over the past 11 years, I have prided myself on the job I have done for my kids. Before I became the senior advisor, I was on the committee to bring graduation back to Courts Hill High School and took on graduation. There aren't a lot of perks to working at a school, but I grew up knowing that it takes everyone. That being said, if you had a child graduating from Courts Hill and worked in the district, I made it special. I contacted all of the VIPs, communicated with them, provided them with special parking, seating, and a VIP room to be in before the event. For the countless people working both graduations, I made sure they were fed and had plenty of water. I included other school programs to help them make money by selling items at the ceremony. I took on graduation practice and made sure the kids knew the alma mater, singing it with the students during practice. I organized the teachers and made sure they felt a part of the event. I wanted graduation to have a feel, and it did. Graduation is the culminating event after a year of senior events, including senior sunrise, sunset, homecoming, movie nights, craft night, and this year adding a tie-dye party in the fall and a senior barbecue in the spring. I didn't just like being senior class advisor, I loved it. I am using the past tense because in January, I was called out of class in the middle of teaching to go up to the office for an emergency graduating meeting. I was told that I would no longer have anything to do with graduation, that it would be done by the admin team and the activities office. Obviously, I was devastated. No, thank you, just a matter-of-fact meeting and sent back to continue teaching. In March, we have to reapply for our stipend positions. Senior class advisor is not a job that a lot of people typically want. Applications were due on March 21st. Interviews weren't held until May 8th. On May 9th, I received the following email. Hello, Quartzel High School would like to thank you for your recent expression of interest in the position of senior class advisor for the upcoming school year. The interviewing committee appreciated the opportunity to meet with you. Regretfully, you were not selected for the position at this time. We appreciate your time and effort in applying and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I was not surprised by this. Our admin are paid to care about the school they are at. They don't invest time in the school or people, but they have the power to make changes that hurt the school and people. I have been teaching for 28 years. I chose to stay in the classroom and not go into admin, yet my experience means nothing. Activities have always been a part of my life. In some areas, I am an expert at this point, knowing far more than the people at my school making the decisions. In summary, if you want to know why things are bad, it is because people like me who loved being senior class advisor were removed because of a personality issue, not a job performance issue. The job was given to someone who has been at Quartzel High School for 1 year. Administrators are guests on our campus, as one teacher said years ago. It is getting harder to find people to step up and volunteer their time to help the kids make memories. When teachers see things like this and classified, it is no wonder morale is so bad. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got to clarify. You talked about a personality. Can you expand? What do you mean a personality class? Not
There are a number of people sitting up here who know me. There are a number of people behind me who know me. I'm not for everybody, and I understand that.
I've known you for a long time, so I know. But
Yes. But the one thing I don't think anybody would disagree with in this room is I care about the kids. I will do.
Unquestionable, but you said
And
there was
that's the issue that I believe.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry, I believe, and this is personal, my personal opinion, because I read you the email that I got. That's the only feedback I've actually gotten in 11 years, that it's a personality conflict.
Between you,
me and certain administrators at my school.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Appreciate you.
So Mr. Nehan, can you, if you have the information right now, if not, can you get it to the board? What is the interview process like for a senior advisor? The selection, how do we know it's assessed fairly? If you could just let me know about all of that.
Sure, I can follow up with that. I don't have that at hand. but I
And
can follow up
and
with
I'm
that.
sorry for clarification, you said Quartz Hill High School?
Yeah.
Quartz Hill, okay.
She knows all of my kids.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
Single one.
So Quartz Hill High School, I'm trying to think of who's the admin over there. Okay. And you mentioned, sorry, I did need a clarifying. You said that admin and something called you into the office. You said admin and a word right after that, and I didn't get that.
When I was called in for
Yeah.
an emergency they told me it was an emergency meeting on graduation at that time. It was one particular admin who told me that I was basically being relieved of my
Removed.
duties. I would have
Oh,
to
okay.
do
So it
it.
was just one.
Yeah, at that point,
I
yes.
thought it was two. Okay. Just making sure I got my notes.
And Ms. Nehan, can you kind of give us that information too as well? Thank you. Appreciate
Smile, Mr. Nehan. Thank you so much for being brave to come up here and say that, because we will look into this.
To be honest with you, I have been speaking to the board about injustices since I was a senior in high school and we were going into debt that year. My parents were both teachers and I was scared we weren't getting, my family wasn't getting a paycheck.
Oh,
I wasn't
gosh.
going to college, so.
Well, thank you for being here. All right, Mr. Steve Lockhart regarding senior class advisor position.
I'm here for Ruth. Her dad also, by the way, sat in one of those chairs up there for 4 years. He was a former board member of this district after he retired from teaching. Good evening.
Welcome.
Ruth was being modest in her speech. Besides all she mentioned, she is on the CATA state board, the California Association of Directors of Activity, as the Area E coordinator, which encompasses all of LA County. She has doubled attendance at the homecoming dance at Quartz Hill, going from 800 students when she started to almost 1,700 in 2023. She is a District Special Service and Distinguished Service Award winner. She was a district liaison for Relay for Life for 6 years. For the 6 years, she chaired that event that was held at Quartz Hill High School. She was a founding committee member to establish the Quartz Hill High School Hall of Fame and chaired that committee for 6 years. She bleeds blue and gold and is by far the most qualified person for this position. For Ruth to be treated in this fashion is truly despicable. I mean, it bothers me. I'm her husband, but I see the pain that it has caused. This was never a fair process this year for Ruth. The admin in charge of her position only attended senior class meetings. He didn't go to junior class or other meetings. And this was pointed out by another activities team member at Quartz Hill High School to him prior to the interview. He has called the senior class president out of class throughout the year, asking questions about Ruth and her interactions with the senior class officers, basically spying on her. Last year, when the choir program lost its teacher, the kids came to Ruth asking for help. Of course, she said yes. She opened the choir for them to practice, staying to supervise. She helped organize and attend fundraisers, helped with their winter concert at Highland High School, as well as the end of the year concert at Quartz Hill. She did this all on her own time. Just when she was unable to stay after school, she would arrange for other teacher friends to supervise. The one time she could not find a friend to help, she asked the same administrator to help. His response was, "That is not in my job description." Not, "I would love to help the kids. I have other obligations." That is not in my job description. I mean, this is the person who makes a decision to replace someone like Ruth, an individual with obviously nothing invested in Quartz Hill other than a job and zero passion for the students at Quartz Hill High School. When next year's senior class president requested to be on the interview panel for the senior class advisor position, a great educational opportunity, he was denied, even though this administrator has harped on Ruth to make sure there is student involvement in senior class decisions. A perfect opportunity was ignored. Even the ASB advisor, who works hand in hand with the senior class advisor, was not on the panel. Over 150 seniors at Quartz Hill signed a petition requesting—
I'll give you about 10 more seconds.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Okay, great.
Over 150 seniors signed a petition requesting her to be the advisor. And again, because they know she is the most qualified person, this too was ignored. It was a waste of time for her really to interview because her fate was sealed from the beginning. It is truly sad when a person of this passionate about her job and her school is treated so poorly by administrators with little passion. It is easy to give BS reasons as to why Ruth wasn't chosen when they lack the expertise Ruth has for this position. Though the other candidate may have qualifications, they do not match Ruth's. This person involved in all the activities that Ruth was appointed in all the activities Ruth used to run. Senior activities during PSA testing, graduation, and now the senior class advisor. As Ruth mentioned, brand new this year to Quartz Hill High School.
15 more seconds.
Okay, it's just a true slap in the face to Ruth. And it's just a truly poor look and a terrible way for such a dedicated individual to be treated for the school she loves. You have the opportunity to make this right, and I hope you choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Brady Culver. What is your first name? What is it? Brody. Okay, I didn't quite see the O. Okay, Brody, welcome. And this is regarding senior class advisor.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board. I'm Brody Culver, next year senior class president and ICC member at Quartz Hill High School.
I've known Miss Simons my whole life, and I do believe she was best fit for this job. Over the last 3 years of high school, I've seen her work and work her hardest and put students first every single time. She cares about the kids and only the kids. The way our administration handled the hiring process was absolutely unreasonable. The decision-making process appeared to be influenced by personal beliefs rather than professional judgment. And us students, we have eyes, and we can see what's going on. As I know, the board is all about student voices, and I've seen that as being a part of ICC. But before the interviews for senior class advisor, I made a sign sheet for all the juniors to show support for Miss Simons to keep her as next year's senior class advisor. Yet, I was the one called unprofessional by administration. For someone who's put hundreds of hours to ASB and student leadership to be called unprofessional, making a sign-up sheet, that's unprofessional. She's been doing this for over 11 years and has dedicated much of her time and effort. Before she started, she spent her own time shadowing the previous senior class advisor. So why wasn't this an option this year? My point is we need more student voices. I do believe Ms. Simons deserves every part of this job, but to put a great deal of effort into what I stand for only to be called unprofessional is unjust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Mr. Nehan, can you please look into the allegation of you being called unprofessional? Because in my opinion, Mr. Nehan, that is not okay. And if it is indeed correct, I don't know if you have it in writing, if it's verbal, if you have witnesses, you know, it's an allegation. But thank you for sharing and for being brave to come up here as well. Did you have a clarifying, Mr. Hughes?
No, I'm good. I
Okay.
know this young man as well.
Oh,
Thank you,
and
guys.
congrats on being the president.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right. Lacey Higgins on the topic special education support and checking back to see if any headway is being made for para and instructional aid training. Welcome, Lacey.
Thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to say last month was amazing. Looking around the entire conference room, I was just like so blown away by all the wonderful people that I've gotten the privilege of seeing and working with for all these years. In hindsight, I forgot to mention that the whole reason behind me coming up and talking to you guys about my brother and my family was because of the fact that in 2020, I had actually lost my father, and 4 months later, I lost my bedridden brother. So 6 months after that, I was in a motorcycle accident and flew 30 feet from a Harley, and we were trying to avoid a distracted driver that left my friend and I on the side of the road. I was just happy I could walk in order to get my one-on-one through graduation. I was trying to get back to work as soon as possible, but I ended up needing to deal with my emotional and physical pain. I really thought about what I would be able to do to give me meaning in my life. And do you know what I discovered? One, I'm too old to be a Disney princess. And two, I couldn't imagine doing anything but working with our students. I have thought about moving to other positions countless times, but my heart keeps pulling me back to being a para. I will only leave my position when I start teaching. Moving forward, I have a new and fresh perspective on being present daily. Showing up on time, if not early, staying late, and making sure I'm connecting with all students and colleagues. Now, instead of saying, "Hi, my name is Lacey, I work in the high school district," I say, "Hi, my name is Lacey. What's your why? Why did you pick this job?" And what a difference that has made for me. Now I'm feeling the compassion behind the name of every person that I meet. So, been reaching out with CSEA, meeting a lot of new people that actually are doing what I'm doing, working hand in hand, and seeing the impact that they're making on fellow students or the students that we work with hand in hand. So as an example, I saw a gentleman, and every single day I saw him interacting with all of the kids, and I was like, man, he's a substitute. Like, this guy is on fire. Like, he gives off that daddy vibe, just nurturing, kind, compassionate, everything that you want as a para in our district to represent us as a whole. And I told him, I said, "Excuse me, sir, I want to write you a letter of recommendation." And he said, "Really?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he got hired on, and he is one of my esteemed colleagues. He did get a better paying job, shortly thereafter. I was very bummed, but I'm just saying that it is possible. And I know that there's a lot of wonderful people in this community that we work with. And I'm so, so, so honored to be here with you guys tonight. And so before I go, I was just wondering, have you guys given any more thought about a para and instructional trainer since I mentioned it? Thank you for your time. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Lacey. Sorry, my mind just went blank. Mr. Nehan.
Here's mine's going like that.
I know,
Good time.
it's, tune in. If I answer a question, is that considered dialogue? Okay. The point of clarification for you is yes, there's been headway.
Clear now.
Clear. That was one of the reasons I brought forth the SPED presentation.
Which
to
was
get
beautiful.
Get an understanding. Yes,
Amazing.
Dr. Shoot, yes.
Accurate.
So yes, we're not done yet. And Mr. Nehan and I have talked about other potential ways of addressing this. So thank you for your voice. And we will continue our conversation once I can remember all of what I was thinking. Thank you, Lacey.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, Chloe Solis for special education. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. So recently, I'm Chloe Solis with Cancel the Contract, and recently the CTC came into contact with a parent to a special education student in the Antelope Valley. They go to one of the high schools in Antelope Valley. And the student purchased a ticket to grad night, and during their time at grad night, the student was left entirely unattended. And there was no point of contact, no point of reference. They were not shown how to redeem their food. They were not checked on at all during this time. And which led to the student becoming very, very upset, very, very anxious, called their parent. The parent went down to the where they were having the grad nights and to pick up their student. When the parent got there was nobody really around. They were not really able to find any staff. And not entirely verbatim, but what they were alluding to is that they could have just taken their student and left. But they did contact staff at the park, let them know what the deal was, and then took their student home. And for anybody who is a parent to a child who could, put themselves in a vulnerable situation, that is really scary. You want your child to have a good time and make lasting memories, as they should, because it is their senior year of high school. And it just was a very scary situation for both the student and their parent. Instances such as these are highly concerning to the Council of the Contract and our community, due to the lawsuit between CTC and the AVUHSD, because of our, because of the allege that schools are unfairly segregating special education students. And as we know, graduation season is supposed to be a time of celebrating student milestones and accomplishments. And this should include all students, and we should be providing the students an environment where they feel included and they feel taken care of. And as well as having parents feel comfortable enough to let their children experience new things. And we just wanted to just share this story with you guys so you guys can kind of have a little bit of glimpse into some of the things that are going on with some of the parents and their students. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I have a clear. Did this get reported? Do we know?
Yeah, so it did get reported.
Okay, that's just.
And there was a.
Opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we had the staff had an opportunity to look at
Yes, so it was reported. I don't want to say the name or the school just out of privacy and just clarifying. But yeah, I'm sure you guys can.
Is anybody?
It was reported to if I'm not entirely mistaken, it was reported to the school staff. that I believe like the next school week or, you know, whenever I don't, because I can't remember if the event was like on a Friday or something, but it was like the next day. And so I do know that there were some conversations had. However, the parents were not entirely happy with the response that they were given. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Nahan, can we find out if any of our cabinet members that's been brought up, and if not, can we try to research that? Thank you.
Yes.
Just for clarification, would you mind going to Mr. Nehan and mentioning the school just so we don't have to, or you're not saying it publicly at all?
It's not necessary. Let me just I guess just make sure that they're okay with that. And then if not, I don't mind.
Otherwise it'll be a needle in a
Yeah,
haystack
no, for sure. I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on that family's toes, and per se, like, you know, so, but I will just give me a minute and then I will come to you and I'll let you know the school name.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Oh, all right. 7. We're just on 7, everybody. Educational services action items. A, review proposed revisions to board policy admin regulation 5131.41, 5145.7, 5145.71, and 6159.4, first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the proposed revisions to board policies and admin regulations as presented. Are there any points of discussion for these? My understanding, and after review, it's just per law that we had to update each of these. So there's nothing in our control. All right, B, annual review of board policy admin regulation 6020 parent involvement. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the attached BPAR annually as presented. Any discussion? Again, it's just a requirement for annual. All right. C, review of curriculum guide, African American Studies AP, first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Any discussion? Okay, I have some. This is more of for the board to be thinking about, and for others to be thinking about. Questions, I'm not looking for answers, just putting it out there. How are we prepping our kids for AP at the non-comp sites? Because of the list of schools that were part of the curriculum. The prereqs require a college level textbook, reading and clear writing skills. I'll just say, look at the dashboard. What would be the current differences between ethnic studies, African American studies, and this AP? So you'll get me that info later. And then again, my question of general passing rate for AP classes. So this curriculum is awesome. I just want us to think about who's going to be sitting in the room with it as an AP class. But we will bring this forth, I guess, for approval at a later time. Anything else? All right, next. D, review of curriculum guide, CTE, intermediate dance, first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Are there any discussion points? All right, I'll go. So overall, this discussion really is about the different pathways of CTE and AME. There's been beginning conversations of how we're going to align CTE, AME more with VAPA. When I came in 2 years ago, it was a divide. It was a very clear divide. And now with this board and with the leadership of Mr. Nehan, we're trying to bring that all together. So the question of intermediate dance, there seems to be potential overlap with a curriculum that already exists. And my big question is, why does this live within a dance class? So, and there's many other questions, and Mr. Nehan will be speaking with Dr. Grado, I think, at a later time, but just something to consider, everybody. All right. E, review of curriculum guide, English 10, ethnic cultures, first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Any discussion? Nope. It looked great. F, review of curriculum guide, medical health careers honors. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Any discussion? My only point was it has to be beyond just Palmdale High School because, I mean, this is our expansion and offerings and access. And right now it is just for Palmdale.
And just a point of clarification, that's the school that's listed, but once a curriculum is approved by the board, it's applicable at all schools.
Right, but we have to find the people to teach it and offer it and stuff. But as of, yeah, right now at the Palmdale High School is the place. But again, you know, looking at access. 8, personnel services action item. AVUHSD AVTA collective bargaining MOU regarding home teaching. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with AVTAs presented. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. B, AVUHSD AVTA collective bargaining MOU regarding independent study. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with AVTA as presented. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. C, agreement PS 2024-2508 and frontline education for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for professional services PS 2024-2508 with frontline education. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Although, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. B, 9, business services action items, approval of year-end appropriation transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve year-end appropriation transfers as presented. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. B, approval of J13A emergency attendance waiver. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the attached J13A attendance waiver for the material decrease in ADA for AV High School. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. C, approval of professional services agreement with Terra Verde Energy LLC for asset management services for AVUHSD. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve a professional service agreement with Terra Verde Energy LLC. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Greg can't keep up with the writing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. D, software and service agreement with School Status LLC. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the contract with School Status LLC as presented. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? The only thing I have to say is over
Say.
47,000 letter. This is the attendance one, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the truancy.
Yeah.
Over 47,000 letters have gone out, people, and 53,000 are supposed to happen. Remarkable. And let's get the number down, people. All right. Can I get a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. E, approval of agreement with Labor Compliance Services Company for Labor and Community Workforce CWA Compliance Services for bid 6/24/25 Adult Ed Avenue J roof replacement. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with Labor Compliance Services Company and authorize the assistant superintendent or designee to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2024-2542 board member absence, which would allow board member Rosemary Mann to be compensated for her absence from the board meeting held on April 17th, 2025. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Just that I have to recuse myself.
Great. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Here we go.
Payback.
B, adopt resolution number 2024-2543 board member absence. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2024-2543 board member absence, which would allow board member Miguel Sanchez to be compensated for his absence from the board meeting held on May 15th, 2025. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? We miss you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. C, a no. 11, approve consent agenda. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all of the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories. Ed, student, personnel, business, and administrative services is presented. May I have a motion? Second.
Second.
All right, can I pull for discussion only? 15A, 15J. I forgot to print out my thing. Yeah, those two will be good.
Go ahead, discuss them.
Oh, I discussed them now, right? 15A is just the donations and to thank all of our donors. We had a beautiful list this month or for this meeting. So thank you to all our donors. 15J is a direct pay and purchase order schedule. I just want to mention that we are going to be getting, hopefully with the approval of the board, an instrument inventory system because we need one. We're investing almost $4 million in things, equipment, and we just have to be more responsible, in my opinion, about inventorying. And that goes down to paintbrushes because those are something that we have to value. I see paintbrushes thrown around from, not going to mention the school. But that's just an example. So
Just accountability, I think.
yes,
That's all we're looking for is accountability
Yes.
for the money that's being spent.
absolutely. And I know we're not inventorying pencils and such. If we could, I would trust. But
Kevin?
but I think it's really important for the instrument software that we're looking into. Yes, I'll stop there. Okay. Yes, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye, I meant aye. All right. Consent agenda goes forth. All right. 17 from the board superintendent, Mr. Nian.
I will be brief. I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2025, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. To the staff that presented this evening, you make us very proud. And I know that we are in very good and competent hands when our teachers face classrooms full of students on a daily basis. So everyone have a great summer, and we'll see you in August.
Rosemary.
Ditto that. Thank you, everybody. Love the presentations. Have a wonderful summer and hope to see you next year. School year.
Yeah.
Excited to finish the first school year with the district and Cognate and everyone. And just thank you for the teachers, the students, and all the welcoming presentations and tours. So just thank you and excited for another year.
Mr. Hughes.
Yes, I'm just gonna, first I want to file a complaint, because it seems like the ladies up here have footrests and the males don't. I don't know how that happened, Mr. Ningham, but we can work on that, that settlement, Jabari, later. Actually, what I want to say is this, I am so blessed to have some of the most brilliant women sitting up here with me. These three right here are, I spent the last 2 days in Sacramento talking to some high level people, and every time I bragged about my board and how amazing these ladies are. They came here with no agenda. They just care about the kids. There's no political agenda. I think I've got the most political agenda up here. And then my partner, Miguel, who ain't here tonight because he's at his kid's graduation where he needs to be, is an amazing man as well. And I'm just so blessed with this board. Of course, we got an amazing cabinet, amazing staff. I just want to say how grateful I am to serve up here with you ladies. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to, again, thank you for a great school year. It's such an honor and privilege to sit up here. I feel like I love it more and more every time. Dance, I went to Palmetto High School, and everyone, maybe next year, go. The dancing through the decades at Palmdale High School was so special. It was so beautiful. And there were so many chairs set out and not enough butts in the seats. So hopefully we can amplify that a little bit and uplift it. It was just so special. Graduations, they're here. I went to my first one with Mr. Nian yesterday, Soar High School, and I know all of us will be joining the graduations this year, so really excited about that. And I do want to say that we're done with the school year, but the work that we do definitely doesn't stop. So I know Greg and I are going to have lots of discussion over the summer, and some of you may be a part of it, but there's a lot of work to do, and I am here for it. So thank you all so much. And thank you for your patience while we are up here. All right. I think we got everybody. All right, closed session, please. They're gonna read. Going to 18C, during the closed session, the board considered a request to waive healthful living for an AVUHSD student, HW 2025-2601. I'm also going to go through I. So 001, 2025-26002, 2025-26003, all the same numbers, 004, 005, 006, and 007. And by a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the request. Did I read that right? Yes.
You're good.
Okay. 18J. During the closed session, the board considered the final settlement agreement and general release STS 2508308H 2025-030446. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement agreement and general release. Item 18K. During closed session, board considered the final settlement agreement and general release STS 25084 08H 2025-010271. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement agreement and general release. All right. Adjournment Sindai. It is recommended that the board adjourn. Second. Discussion. I think I have a couple more things to say. Just aye. All of the favor say aye. Aye. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you so much.